hands and lights can't stop me. I'll just hold on for dear life. Yeah, I can't give up this feeling that I get when looking down from the sky. Now with you, now with you, I'm with you, that I get when looking down from the sky. It's me now. Can't give up this feeling. It's me now. Can't give up this feeling. Lights can't stop me. I'll just hold on for dear life. Yeah, I can't give up this feeling that I get when looking down from the sky. Now with you, now with you, give up this I don't wanna fight anymore. Just turn around and leave me. The tear in my eye drops on the floor alongside my speed. My knees are drenching in the blood I feel just to get in. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. I never pray to God anymore. I'd rather no one hurt me. Redemption, I have waited for you to come and drown all my sin. My knees are drenched in the blood I spilled just to get in. When I look around me, everything I had went up in flames. Everything I had went up in flames. My lonely way. Prepare to die. Prepare to die. thoughts get thrown around, but we keep going on believing, and on till we're all cried out, 'cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. This time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. We both have thoughts of leaving when thoughts get thrown around, but we keep going on believing, and on till we're all cried out, 'cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it. But this time it's not about escaping. We don't feel like it. We don't feel like it. 'Cause we don't feel like throwing it all away. We don't feel like it.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome on into Apollo Racing Club here on Twitch and on YouTube today. I'm EV500 bringing you action right here for the 4 hours of SMA GT3 ACC race. I'll be bringing you all the action today. I'm very excited to do that. All 4 hours being broadcasted live starting right now, all the way till the checkered flag. Lots of teams. Currently, we have 18 teams currently in the server. Waiting. I think the final count was 19 teams. So, very big event for Apollo Racing Club. Congratulations to Fife and Kriegs, Cookie, and all the guys and all the mods and all the admins who worked very hard on this. So, huge shout out to those guys. Also, a shout out to all of the graduates who graduated from college today. I know today was a big day for college graduation. If you are graduating this week, next week, congratulations and good luck in your future endeavors. And also, I would like to give a shout out to all the mothers out there, as it's Mother's Day weekend. Moms, without you, we couldn't do this. We really couldn't. So shout out to all the moms. So right now, it's just me in the commentary booth, but we will be having drivers coming in and out throughout the 4 hours to give their perspective and help me out a little bit and give myself a little bit of a breather. But it is almost showtime. They're finishing up the driver's briefing here shortly. It was only supposed to be 10 minutes, and it's now been almost 15. But today we're at Spa, the 4.3 mile track with the longest straight on, I think, any track. It's a beautiful straight. Formula One, the major events that are there is obviously the Spa 24 hours, the 6 hours of Spa, and then of course the Belgian Grand Prix is held here in Formula One. The Kemmel Straight, obviously the longest straight here. You're going to get a lot of cars definitely trying to get some overtakes before going into the Combs. Then in the Brussels, Pouan in the campus. Chavat turn 16. That's going to be a fast turn to remember as well. So, and then look for overtaking opportunities through into the bus stop chicane. We've a lot of times we'll see a lot of GT3 cars really compete into the bus stop chicane and try and get the better exit into turn 20 to go into the start finish straight. That is going to be the key. The times coming out are going to be under 2 minutes. That's something to keep in mind as well as in our qualifying to see who can bust 158s for sure. So yeah, that's the information I have. I'm gonna head on to our Twitch chat because I haven't actually been on there. Hello, Twitch chat. How are we doing today? I hope you guys are excited for this 4-hour event like I am. But yes, there will be other commentators on the way. But who do you think will win today? We have quite a few teams from not only just the Apollo Racing Club, but from outside of ARC. So thank you guys for participating today. Make sure to tweet this out, share this with your friends if they're into racing. This is going to be some very, very tight racing, I feel like, towards the front. We have people like Tommy Kogan and Dave Hassar. They're very fast. They're on a team together. Wouldn't surprise me if we see Thornton. Thornton and his team. I can't remember who else was on his team. I think I can't remember now. But Thornton definitely is a competitor in his team. I know I can't remember who he was with now, but I know I am expected for them to qualify fast. The ONID guys are here today, so wouldn't surprise me to see them compete for that top spot. Fred, we have some live marshaling and live administrating happening throughout the race because we do not hand out penalties. You can report something, we'll be able to assess it right then and there, which is awesome. So I hope you guys are ready to go. 4 hours. Can you believe it? It's noon my time. It's 12:17 where I live here in the Midwest. That means we'll be finishing this race very, very shortly. Towards about 4 o'clock my time. Okay, so 7 viewers on Twitch. I want to thank you guys for watching. Thank you to all our viewers on YouTube as well. We're streaming on both. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So thank you very much to everybody watching there. Well, it's almost time. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I don't think anybody is... Yeah, this is a very long driver's briefing compared to what they told me, so... but I am here to entertain you anyways. So, let's see here. Righteous Fire and Honey Badgers are back. They instead of the Daniel Ricciardo car, which I thought was, and I will say this, and you can even find it on if you go back. I don't know if it's saved anywhere, but the 3 hours in Nürburgring, I think it was the last the last endurance race that we did. They had the Danny Ricciardo car. And I thought it was the best looking car on the grid. Not by far. It was beautiful. Quote me on it, okay? And today it looks like a waffle. Let's see if I can actually pull up the car here. And I'll put it up on stream. Okay. I don't have their livery. So I will email them quickly. All right, they're wrapping up their brief now, and we'll be right back for. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are already in qualifying. I apologize about that, but we had to fix a technical issue very, very quickly. But we are back up and running once again. But right now we have Ben Brown, who is in provisional pole with a 2:18. I thought it was under 2 minutes, but apparently I was wrong. I was very, very wrong about that, and I'm okay admitting that. So 2:18 right now, so 2:20s. So being under the 2:20s is seems about qualifying pace. They have 25 minutes of qualifying here at the I don't know why you are not able to hear it on stream, so I do apologize. It's all right. I'll just do this. There we go. I think that's a fix right now. That is the fix. But right now we're on board with Ben Brown. It looks like Kenneth Portis, the second, going provisional pole right now with a 2:17.9. And then D-Stack coming in with a 2:18.2. So hot starts here in qualifying as we get underway here. Oh boy. Lexus Moison in the LHF Racing Aston Martin number 24. He is currently in P6. He's ran a 2:23.2, and he is somebody who is fast in our Saturday night sprint leagues. Ben Brown going second fastest with a 2:17.9. So now the track conditions must be much better now. The grip is finally there, which is what you want to see. Finally, Axel Johnson in the Euro Yeet Aston Martin. That's a very nice retro-ish, like retro Miami-ish livery. I like it. I like it a lot. So Alan Johansson in the car right now. That is the team with Lewis Greshner. There's the yellow flag somewhere. I'm not able to tell you where. I don't have a track map on me, so a live track map. But now Axel Johansson. He put up a 2:18.3 on his previous lap, and that's his fastest. So he's looking to improve on that for sure. Let's go on board with him real quick and just show you how intense this circuit really is. This thing actually can hold 70,000 people at this beautiful circuit in Belgium. So now Kenneth Portis going fastest with a 2:17.8. D-Stack going second fastest with a 2:17.86. So 100th off. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
How we doing, Fife?
All right. Just watching my teammate get his qualifying session going here. He's invalidated a couple laps, so we're looking to put in our lap right now on this one. And how are you this weekend? Thanks as always for being here for us.
Hey, no problem, sir. I am glad to be here. Tell me, Fife, How is the track condition currently?
It looks just fine right now. Just no sliding or slipping for Cookie. Just our 2 invalid laps just got a little wide on a couple of turns. So track looks pretty good.
Looking at your teammate Cookie, he is in P17 currently. Can you find the time right now? Obviously, 2:17's being posted. Is that a comfortable pace?
For us, no, obviously not. That's a great pace, 2:17. That must be Fred or Alexis Moisen. I think he was actually qualifying. But yeah, they were both doing 2:17s close to last night. So we're looking for 2:20s for qualifying. I think Cookie did a 2:19 last night.
Well, on his previous lap, that was invalidated. It was a 2:19.5. So, depending on where he invalidated, so
he's coming across now with a decent one.
well, he's getting up there as he comes through the bus stop chicane, and he is absolutely flying on this lap in that beautiful Ferrari. Who designed your livery, sir?
That is an in-game livery based off of a real-world Lamborghini skin that we were going to try to replicate for the Ferrari. I know, sacrilegious, but it was a cool livery. But we ran out of time. Just real-world stuff getting in the way with everybody, getting their practice in and getting liveries made. It was tough. You know, I know we had 2 months since the last one, but my team switched a few times right up until the last day here when we added Iced into our team because Dee's girls had to leave the team. So we really didn't even think about a livery at that point. It was just making sure the team stayed intact so that we could compete here today with all these other great teams.
Well, as we're seeing Roadside Cookie, he's on his hot lap now as he comes to the Kemmel straight, and that was very nice. He had some speed through there. He's 0.8 up on his fastest time currently.
Well, that's good to hear. It will be quite the interesting race. 20 teams out there. Actually, I think 19 teams out there. So it will still be a busy track. Should be a really fun race for everyone, though.
Currently, there's only 18 on the grid, but that's all right.
You know, I saw that. Was hoping someone was connecting late, but apparently one of the teams didn't make it.
Well, that's all right. 18 teams around this track is going to be very intense. I feel like it's going to be, especially when it comes to traffic. I can't imagine what driving through traffic is going to be like later in this race. But 4 hours, Fife. What has been the preparation like? Getting ready for such a fast circuit.
Just lapping as much as I could, just trying to get comfortable. The Ferrari is still a new car for me. It's certainly a new car for Cookie. I don't think Easton ever drove either, so it was just a lot of hot lapping and just trying to put in better times each night. Like I said, a pretty busy week for everybody. Easton got added to the team late, so we didn't have as much practice as we'd like. So it's going to be, if we finish in the top half of the field today, we'll be happy.
While watching with Roadside Cookie right now as he comes into the bus stop chicane. Very nicely done. The braking was absolutely perfect. And that Ferrari is just so stable through chicanes. It just keeps all 4 tires on the ground. You hardly feel the understeer in that part of the track. And he had another invalid lap. So Roadside Cookie off to a rough start here.
Yeah.
In qualifying. Let's head over to Thornton. He is somebody who I'm expecting to do well today, considering his performances in the Saturday Night League.
Yeah, I'm riding along with him right now, too. He's definitely put in the work throughout the week and throughout the last couple of months in GT3 series and going into this endurance race. He's been really, taking to that AMG, it seems, putting in more impressive laps every round, it seems. He was so fast at Imola that in practice. I think he might have been validated there. But, yeah, he's gotten a lot quicker, so it's good to see them performing well.
He's on a team with Kriegs, Nile, and Van. And that's kind of honestly, that's going to be a tough team to race against. Seeing how Niall's been pretty racy this in the Saturday Night League. Obviously yourself being racy, being in the top 10 a few weeks in a row.
Well, let me just correct you there. Niall's been racy in the Aston Martin.
True.
Niall's driving a Mercedes today, and I know Van not the most comfortable in this car either. So I'm hoping that's a chink in their armor that we can exploit.
And besides Cookie, who else is racing with you guys?
We have Easton, who was added to the
that's
team
right.
late in the week. Yeah, Thursday afternoon, Easton was added when Dee's Grills had to back out. Unfortunately, he was really looking forward to doing this because, unfortunately, he didn't get to take part in the last event either. So that's 2 that he's had to miss out on in a row now for him. So maybe next time, Dees. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time, sir. And we hope to see you soon. And as we're still with Thornton here, he's pretty fast, I feel like, today in that Mercedes. But he's currently a second back on his time. Let's head over to somebody else. Let's head over to Alexis Moison in that Aston Martin. The Aston Martin, obviously a very fast car here at Spa.
Yep, and they're currently sitting in 3rd. Now, who's sitting in 1st place? Can you tell me that? Because I can't see the leaderboard.
So right now it is Kenneth Portis in P1. P2 is D. Snack, and P3 Axel Johansson. Johansson, that's who it is. And then P4, Ben Brown, and then P5, Alexis Moison. So 3 Aston Martins, a McLaren, an Aston Martin, then a Nissan. So the Aston Martin's very strong here.
Yes, probably the best car here. It looks like Cookie's going to be returning to the pits, my teammate. So he did put in a valid lap, getting us P12 at the moment. And not a bad time either, 2:18.9.
As we're seeing Alexis Moison now, he's flying through here. He's actually a 10th up on his fastest time, which is a 2:18.0. If he's a 10th up, and he finds just a little bit more time through the straight in the chicane here, he could potentially put himself up to P4, and that's how tight this P1 through P5 are. They're just a couple of tenths off each other.
That's pretty good to hear.
As we see Alexis Moison now coming across the line, puts up a 2:18.078, doesn't find the position, but at least gets a better time here in our qualifying here. 7 minutes to go. Fife, let's see here. Let's check back in with Roadside Cookie, who's now sitting P13, put up a 2:18.9 for his time.
Yeah, he did get that qualifying, and again, looking off the top time. That's crazy. 1.1 second back off of the leader.
Yes, the leader right now with a 2:17.8.
Stack. 0.006 off the leader.
This is going to
that is some crazy qualifying times.
That is crazy qualifying times. Let's actually look over at D-Stack. They were here for the 3 hours of Nürburgring that we did last time. Or was it 4 hour? I can't.
It was a 4 hour, yeah.
Yeah, it was a 4 hour. D-Stack from the ONID Racing League. Somebody who doesn't race regularly with us, but somebody who likes to come to our endurance events.
He races in our GT4 series now, actually.
Oh, he does. I did not know that.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
That's awesome. But he is.
And that's a pretty good lap from them, man. That's a, I never know, because a lot of these guys don't race in our league. Stack does, but I don't race with them in GT4. So I never know how well some of these teams are going to do. So it's kind of fun when you come into quality, because it's like kind of a surprise. You don't really know. You think you know who the fast teams are going to be because it's the people around you that have been practicing, but it's really, anybody's game when you get into qualifying here, and these teams that we don't know too much about start to come out of the woodwork and put up times like a 2:17.8.
Matchy Coders right now sitting P9, currently 2/10 up on their fastest pace with the Leckler Sicko Mercedes. That's a nice livery, I will say.
Yeah.
Do you have the liveries downloaded, sir?
I do not, no.
Good man.
Do not want to risk the lag if anybody joins.
And he's, you see what his number is, sir?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. Why don't you go ahead and share your screen there? I can take a look at it that way.
Oh, I gotta remember which one it was.
We'll be returning to my voice chat in just a moment here. Get ready for our race start, but I will be back throughout the afternoon.
Well, we have 5 minutes to go here.
Pretty sharp looking livery. The red and the black.
Yeah, the red and black is just perfect, man. Like, simple liveries sometimes are just really nice.
Now, who is in P2? What team is that for?
That is... Oh, my... Alexis Moisan, P1. Hello? 217.7. Welcome to pole position, my friend. That is their livery.
Zealous. Those are the Zealous Racing League. I'm looking for Euro Yeet.
Yuri.
They're in an Aston as well.
That is Lewis.
Probably 4th place then?
Yes. Axel Johansson.
Yeah, there it is. There's the Euro Yeet livery. Look at that thing.
That thing is...
That thing is mean.
It is just...
Awesome.
I love it. It's...
I love it, yeah.
It's that good of a livery just because it's retro-y, but gives you like that Miami feel, you know?
Yes, sir. All right, my friend, I'm going to jump back over to our channel for race start, but like I said, I'll be back throughout the afternoon, and keep your eye on your PMs in case other people want to come in and talk with you for a bit, and you have fun, all right? Thanks again.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Well, we are still going here, but Alexis Moisan putting up a very, very fast time. He puts it on pole with a 2:17.73. Kenneth Portis looking to try and top that now. He's currently at 10th up as he comes through the bus. That was not the bus stop chicane. That's he's coming to Bruxelles. Into Puan now. Yeah, there we go. Now he's in the Bruxelles and into Puan. Haha! I'm remembering. Haha! I have a map up. Don't worry. I have the track, the turn names up on my other screen, just so I have a reference there for everybody. But look how fast he is going here, Kenneth Portis II, in that ZRL Motorsports Aston Martin. But yeah, 4 Aston Martins now in the top 4. That is in the top 5. That is something to say about how quick this Aston Martin is on low fuel and the right setup. So let's see what Kenneth Portis II can do. He's trying to find some time, and he invalidates that lap. Oh no! Oh no! Let's head to Ben Brown. He was somebody who was on pole position in that McLaren from the ONID Cam Sport. Ben Brown, he is trying to find a little bit more time because he knows this. Oh, now Axel Joe. Wait, Snell Train? Hello? Didn't even realize what kind of a time he was going to put up there. He's in the Lamborghini. And and right now we are going to be bringing in another commentator. Please welcome on in Fred Folsberg. Why can I not drag him in? Excuse me. Ay. Let's head out to somebody. That Mercedes of Meg T. Coders is now in P3 with a 2:17.8, so the time's getting faster. Goes ahead and pits for that P3. Wow, 900ths off the pace of Alexis Moisan. So Alexis Moisan shaking a little bit here. Let's go to Kenneth Portis II again. Because he is on a hot lap. This is the man who can maybe put it on pole here. He's currently 2/10 up. He's on a 2:17.8, so that means he has a 2:17.6 in him somewhere, and he goes off track again. But maybe that's not off track. Maybe he saves it here. As there is a yellow flag. And hello, Fred. As we're ending.
Hello, Evie.
Well, we're coming into the end of qualifying. I'm on Kenneth Portis the second right now on that Aston Martin. He's maybe the man who can put this on pole. He's 3-4 tenths up on his fastest pace. Can he get there as he crosses the line? He does not improve. He gets a 2:17.892 and goes fourth fastest. Anybody else on a fast time here, Fred?
Not as far as I can see, no. Looks like my teammate has done a super good job. This is actually the fastest qualifying time he's been able to do during all of our practice sessions. I'm super happy with him. Good on you, Alexis. You really deserve it for all the time you put in to this.
He absolutely put in a banger of a lap. Put in a 2:17.7. Was totally unexpected, to be honest, but we do have this Nissan out there of Rob Franken, who is currently 3/10 up on his fastest time, which is a 2:18.2. If he can find a little more pace somewhere, he'll be in the top 5.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to that team earlier, and they said that they have top 10 as a goal, but I actually think that the Nissan is better in the race than during quali, so I'm expecting them to be maybe even top 5 at the end of this. Especially if something happens up in the top, because I feel like the top 5 is pretty close together, and it might be some hard battles coming up, especially in the first stint.
Well, Rob Franken puts it on P6, so he's already in the top 10. They qualified quite well, and that's going to end qualifying. And wow, look at that top 5 quali. It is just absolutely close. I feel like we're in for a show today.
Oh yeah, that is what we like to see, though. This is exactly the type of racing we want to see on a Saturday like this.
All right, well, here we go. Now, sir, you've gotten a chance to look at some of the liveries, haven't you?
Yep, I have had the chance to look at some of them, yes.
Okay. Have you been able to make a good judgment on a good one so far?
Of course, I'm a bit biased. My own team's livery is based off of my hometown team in hockey, and therefore I have a personal relationship to the livery. But I really got to say that Axel Johansson's and Alan Su's livery looks really good. Car 137, the synthwave one. I think they really smashed it out of the park there. Looks amazing, according to me.
Let's see here. This obviously the waffle.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it earlier today on the Discord. It was interesting. But what happened to what are they called? The honey badgers. Oh wait, that is the honey badgers. My bad.
That is the honey badgers. They just don't have Danny
Ricardo.
They just don't have Ricardo with them this time. They decided to bring home some breakfast.
Oh yeah. And then, of course, we have Tony's tiny troublemakers, the biggest chat of all the serial guys. On Thornton there.
On Thornton, that's right. Tony the tiger. Yep, you're right. It is the best breakfast here. I can't argue that
undisputed.
Point. So
no, it's undisputed.
any predictions here, because your teammate put it on pole. What a time from him. He's obviously somebody who's competitive in the Saturday night league, on our sprint league. Is he ready for an endurance race like this? Is he prepared? Tell me about him, because you're his teammate. You're the only person I know who's been able to actually have a conversation with the man. Tell me about him. Is he somebody?
That is true.
Tell me about him. Is this his first endurance race? Is this something that he's been really wanting to get done?
This is his first endurance race. He's never done one before. The longest race he's done before is the 1.5 hours race that we have in our league here. I sort of had to persuade him into doing it. He wasn't going to do it at first, but after I said that, I think we're going to have a competitive car with good pace and all of that, I sort of got him into it. And he's just been getting faster and faster further on in the week that we have yeah, he's just gotten faster and faster.
Yeah,
He started off in the race pace 22s, and he's down to almost the 17s on the race pace now. So it's looking really good.
Obviously he has a race win this in our Saturday night sprint league, which is awesome for him. But now we're starting the formation lap here. In the rolling start before the rolling start here at Spa. It's 4 hours of racing. It is currently 12:51 on the clock here in my hometown in the afternoon. What time is it where you're at, Fred?
I'm based in a small village called Ersnäs, south of Luleå in Sweden, and it's 10 to 9 in the evening here.
10 to
so
9.
This race is gonna finish about 1 a.m. and I'm in the final stint, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that's not too bad. I mean, it's not a 24-hour, obviously. That's but you really got to wonder what has been the preparation like for you guys in terms of getting ready for a 4-hour event?
Personally, I've only done long runs. Only run with 114 liters of fuel, which should take us about 65 minutes. So I've not done any qualifying running whatsoever. Basically just running, practicing pit stops, do 2 more hours of running. Yeah, just a bunch of preparation, get them to set up the right way to maybe to be fast, but still don't kill the tire too much. Have good aero balance throughout the entire track. It's been a lot of preparation going into this, so, and I'm so happy that Alexis managed to put it on pole because he really deserves it because of all of the preparation he has put in.
So, besides Alexis and yourself, who on the grid is a threat to winning this race today?
Well, obviously I have to look right behind us. The Lambo there looked really racy during quali, but I have no clue what the race pace is. I know that our race pace is actually not that far off our quali pace. So if they manage to keep up, then they're definitely going to be a contender for sure. But I know that the Lambo isn't too good on the tires, especially compared to the Aston. So perhaps we'll be able to keep them alive longer and therefore have better times over an entire stint. Besides that, I don't, but this is just because of how the Merc is, I don't think the Merc is gonna fare too well in an endurance because it just eats too much fuel. Yeah, I think maybe
you never know.
Fourth place Aston. Yeah, you never know. It's something can happen. Someone can get taken out, and all of a sudden, my friend Axel is P2 behind Alexis. Hopefully, Alexis doesn't get taken out, but we never know.
Kenneth Portis, he was somebody in that Aston Martin. Tell me, why is the Aston Martin's picked so much?
The reason why the Aston is picked so much is just it's such a easy car to drive. The platform is super stable, it has good tire management, it has good engine mapping if you want to save fuel and do like 40-minute longer stints. That's fully possible with full tank. And another thing with the Aston that is super good is, as I said, it's just so easy to drive. It is basically just a tiny bit slower Merc on the straight, but it's such a more stable car throughout all type of corners. And anyone can just pick up the car and be competitive with it, especially in open lobbies.
Well, it is almost time here. They're getting in double file before we go green here at Spa. 4 hours on the clock. Ready to start counting down. Alexis Moisson taking the first man to go across into the bus stop chicane, followed by the Lamborghini. And now everybody slows the pace up down to 70 miles per hour as they cross the start-finish line. Oh, actually, I remember. That's right. They don't go until
right before a Rouge. Yes, that is correct.
Yep, they go around the turn. That is something to remember. So the 4 hours will start when they turn around in the turn 1 and go down that way.
Yep, I think the control line is, I think it's about 100 meters before the Rouge.
100 meters
So
before.
we're
Yep.
coming up to it really soon here. Seems like it's good spacing. No one's too close to each other.
Nope,
That's
nobody.
nice.
Nobody is too close to each other. Now the flagman has the green flag in his hands. He is waving it up and down, and it is green, 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 and away we go as Alexis Moison now has to defend against the Lamborghini of Snell Train, but he has the inside line. But now that Lamborghini, he flies on the outside, and what a clean start there from all these drivers.
Yeah. It looked like Snell Train got him off the track, but I guess during the early laps it doesn't really matter because we're all so bunched up.
It was a tough decision there.
Yeah.
He had to
It's
make.
hard. Hopefully everyone gets their tires up to temp, so we don't have too much unpredictability in the cars.
Looking on back now, down in P6 is going to be Axel Johansson in the Euro Yeet. Aston Martin trying to catch up, and there's a fight in front of him with D-Stacks and Kenneth, it looks like. Oh no, Kenneth is in front of them, so it's D-Stack and Matt G. Coders. See what else is happening. Yeah, everyone seemed to have gotten a good start there, but who was that?
Looks.
Yeah, number 11. That's Agro of Optimum Motorsport. He tried to send it down the inside. Oh, excuse me, that was Melon Pinch trying to send it down the inside. Somebody, I feel like. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I saw it. It looked like it was. It was car 68 trying to send it up the inside, but then backed off at the last second because it really looked like it was going to pit maneuver the poor guy ahead. I wouldn't consider that corner being an overtaking spot either because it's quite a fast corner. The only real overtaking spots on this track is of course the bus stop, T1, the turn off the camera straight, which I think is turn 5, and the braking point before the long right-hand off-camber hairpin that is after the first sector. I'd consider them being the only overtaking spots on the entire track, unless you get a really good exit on a rouge and you can just drive past them on the straights.
Well, here we go through Eau Rouge for the first time at full throttle. And it looks like everyone's getting through it quite cleanly, and I'm actually seeing something happen in the background. Who is that? That's going to be Meg. Is it Matt G? Yeah, Matt G. Cooters. He gets the overtake done. Oh, excuse me. He actually lost a position there to D.
It's the Aston. Yeah, the Aston is just has the BOP for these type of tracks. It has everything you need for it. So, yeah. I'm expecting the Astons to be super competitive during the entire race, especially around the pit stop times, because they can drive for just that little bit longer because of the fuel consumption of the car.
D-Stack, he's 1.2 seconds behind Kenneth Portis II, who is in P3, but he was also Kenneth Portis. He was fighting with your teammate there for a little bit, and he's keeping up the pace.
Yeah. They're doing a good job. I'm actually really impressed with the Lambo Snell Train as well, because I haven't really considered the Lambo to be that good on Spa, but he must have hit the nail on the coffin really with the setup and everything. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the race develops in the coming 10 laps.
Well, think about it. You now have to put up a decent race pace here. When you get in the car.
Oh yeah, as I said, I've only practiced race pace, so I'm feeling comfortable for when my stint is starting. Yeah, I'm just looking forward to get into the car. Not too stressed out at all. Gonna go get some water and chug a liter before my stint starts, and yeah, it's gonna be really, really nice. Favorite track
said
of
water.
them all here. So
you said water, just to be correct.
Yes,
Okay.
water. I'm out of energy drinks, so it's going to be water for today.
All right. Well, we're keeping our eye on this battle for P2 right now between Alexis Moison and Kenneth Portis II as they go through Eau Rouge now. And it's just, wow, look at these cars just absolutely flat out through there. And a very, very nice job clearing it. And the hard part about doing that in a GT3 car, especially in ACC, it's easy to go off track, especially on the inside through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, getting the car set up, especially the Merc, is a nightmare to get set up for a Rouge. It's really hard. And also because we're running in dirty air most of the time. Maybe not Snail Train, and I think that is a blessing in disguise that he actually doesn't have a car in front of him. But all the other cars are having dirty air, and therefore the aero balance is completely destroyed. And these cars, especially with the big diffusers that they have, are really reliant on having as clean air as possible. Otherwise, the rear of the car will get all loosey-goosey, as a famous Sebastian Vettel said, and it might end up with you being in the barrier where Antoine Hubert sadly lost his life. I think it was 2 years ago now, right?
Yep, 2019.
About 2 years ago.
2019. Antoine Hubert lost his life, and actually, if I don't know if we can get this to happen, I'm gonna make it happen. Where is it? Axel Johansson. Under their mirror.
It's something I haven't seen.
Under their mirror, somewhere by their mirror, they do have a tribute to Antoine Hubert. But let's take a look at this battle now, because Alan Johansson trying to get on the back of Matt G. Coders in that Mercedes. And yes, that Aston Martin, it's got the pace, it's got the straight line speed like you want, but so does the Mercedes on the Kimmel straight, and especially on the back straight there.
Yeah, exactly. I think the only way Axel can actually get past this Merc is if the Merc commits a mistake in some of the heavy braking zones, or he actually has enough speed in the midsection where the Aston is just such a more stable car, so he can sneak past on one of the high-speed corners where the Merc is quite unstable. But yeah, this is shaping up to be a good battle, and now he has the run on him. It really looks like he's going to try to send it up at the outside. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, and here he goes. Axel Johansson, he makes the move, and he makes it happen. He gets on the brakes
he makes
later.
It stick. Good job, Axel. That's nice. P5 boy.
Oy, oy, oy. He goes up to P5.
That's a good one. That's a nice move. Really nice move.
Very nice move. What's been very interesting so far, we're 8 minutes into this, and if you remember back in the Nürburgring, it seemed like about 8 minutes in, the gaps had already pretty much formed.
Yes, sir. I remember that. I was a spectator back then as well, so I remember it being some pretty big gaps already after 10 minutes.
And that's,
But the top 5 is ridiculously close now.
Yeah,
which is super great for the racing.
Yes, top 5. The top 4 currently, they're in a little bit, I would say, somewhat of a train here. They're just having to just keep their pace and just now find any millisecond that they can find to get faster on this track. And Alexis Moison, your teammate, he's been able to fend off Kenneth Portis and find that gap now almost a second in front of P3.
Yeah, and he is actually almost 4 tenths up on his lap now, so I think he's managed to fire up his tires now. And I'm expecting him to start closing the gap to his Snell train as well, and show just how good the Aston is over extended periods of time.
Well, Alexis, he's trying to find...
a bit out of shape there, though.
Outplayed. He's sarcastic Misha. Well, let's take a look here. Now we got Rob Franken in the GT Sport Montreux Team RJN Mercedes. He's going to be trying to look for the overtake and going into turn 1, but just tucks in behind of the Ferrari of Dave. But this is when things
Yep.
can get rough, because now it's time to go full throttle. Mellon pitches behind him in a Ferrari as well. He's looking to gain some pace, but this Nissan, he's in P8 currently. He fell down the order from P6.
This is though where the Nissan is good. The straight lines, the Nippon still, the turbo brick as Jimmy would call it. It's ridiculously fast in the straight. So if it just manages to keep it straight during the corner sections, I feel like the Nissan is going to be really good on the extended during an extended time, especially if he manages to keep the tires good towards the end. I think there's a lot of positions for him to gain at the final like 15 minutes of a stint, just because of the straight line speed of the thing. But I've gotten news that a report has come in, so I'm gonna go meet up with Fife and have a look at it with him.
All right.
Best of luck with the commentary.
Get back
and I'll
to us.
talk
What-
to you later.
Who was it? What happened?
I'll have a look.
You'll have a
Give me
look.
one
Give us a
second.
report back. We want to hear what happened. We actually would like to know our what happened. Sir, could you be our in-race reporter?
Of course.
Awesome.
It looks like I've even gotten permission so I can jump back in. So
Awesome.
apparently, from the text I can see, lap 2, turn 1, car 68 reporting car 13 for dive bombing. So yes, I'm gonna go have a look at that, and I'll come back to you in 1 or 2 minutes.
All right. Well, we're taking a look here with Alexis Moisan again as he's defending off Kenneth Portis in that Aston Martin. Both these Aston Martins are pretty quick here, but that Lambo, it's found a little bit of pace somewhere because they're up almost a second, almost 2 seconds over Alexis Moisan and the Aston Martin. So that's very surprising, as you heard from Brad Forsberg, our in-race reporter. But now we'll hear back about who reported who and which team is getting reported and what happens here very shortly. So obviously the 68th under investigation with the 13, I think he said, or 970, I can't remember. So they're going to go discuss it, and we will get back to you. So yeah, for a dive bomb apparently. So, but now Kenneth Portis, he's finding the pace now, trying to find a little bit of ground up to Alexis Moisan. But here comes D-Stack in that Aston Martin. I should just know that P2 through P5 are going to be Aston Martins. D-Stack currently 1 second behind Kenneth Portis. Man, I'm cold, man. It got cold where I live all of a sudden. We had such a gorgeous day the other day, and it's gotten cold and rainy here, and I'm cold. And I got my COVID vaccination yesterday, and I got cold. Now we're seeing Kenneth Portis. Now he's flying up, trying to get on the rear end. He's sniffing the back end, trying to find somewhere to go, but through this part of the track, you just can't quite find it. That is that's through Puan. That is somewhere you can't really overtake unless someone goes off track. But Alexis Moisan lost a bit of time to Kenneth Portis because Kenneth Portis is just there on the inside, just there on the rear end of Alexis Moisan. And now Alexis Moisan trying to really defend here. He's defending so hard, and they're coming into the bus stop chicane. This is a chance now for P2 to maybe lose, maybe change, but it's not going to happen. Look at the rear end camera. Now a 10-second being assessed to the number 13 in the Bentley. 10-second penalty.
Yes, sir.
Wow. That is...
Yeah, I'd say that it was just a really clumsy move, and ended up with the car being hit, getting some damage, and losing positions. Therefore, 10-second penalty. Isn't really much else to say about it.
Well then, your teammate having to defend hard against Kenneth Portis now as they come up through the Camel straight. He lost a bit of time, he's only 2 tenths from the front bumper of P3.
Yeah, I can see that it's really close. I don't want to move into the voice chat again in case I disturb him. So I'm just gonna sit here and help you with commentating.
Well,
but it's looking good.
He is having a heck of a good race, sir. I am very impressed by this man. Not only is it his first endurance event, he was able to put it on pole. Sadly, unfortunately, that Lamborghini early just had a really good start. I think maybe that's just something to work on, is just maybe starting races on pole, and not getting eaten up like that.
Yeah. The only thing that I'm a bit torn about, and I'll actually gonna have to check with the other stewards about this, is that that Snell train completely cut up a Rouge, although we had plenty of space to take the normal road. That's the only issue I had with the start. Otherwise, he got a great jump off the line, and yeah, it was good. But him cutting the top of Radion, sorry, I don't know. Looked a bit too convenient to me, but of course I'm biased. Yeah, coming up to the heavy braking zone again at bus stop. Looks like Portis is ridiculously close once again. Can Alexis defend this?
Oh no, Kenneth tried to go on. He's going on the outside and gets the move done.
He gets the move done.
Kenneth Portis following, getting up
Alexis.
to P2. Nicely.
Now you have the toe. Let's get him.
He'll get him. He'll get him. He's going down in the turn one. He still has quite a good pace. He actually had a better line through turn one than Kenneth did. So this will be quite interesting to see what happens through Eau Rouge.
He should have more top speed. The only thing I'm worried about is the dirty air. Hopefully the car bites down. And it looks like it did. Perfect.
Oh, it really did. And oh no, Kenneth Portis gets a little squabbly, makes contact with Alexis Moison, but Alexis Moison says thank you very much. And they're going to go wheel to wheel, going down into Lacombe. But hey, Alexis Moison, nice job there, sir, from attacking once again. And that gave time for D-Stack and P5 to join in, of Axel Johansson to join in this fight.
Hopefully D-Stack starts just putting pressure onto Portis now, so Alexis gets some breathing room, because it's been a hectic race for him thus far. Well, hopefully the tires are going quite well, but I haven't seen any big slides thus far, so I think that the rubber is just fine.
That was quite some contact there. Doesn't look like any damage really to the car from it, and not only, but you have there's some scrapes, but you benefited from it.
Yeah, we got him moved on, and I don't really think we're at fault if something comes up on the reports, which I don't think it will. I'd just say that it was a racing incident from my point of view. I'm not gonna report anything, so yeah, keep racing, I'd say.
Well, this battle is getting intense as Sam Snell train has taken a 3-second gap over P2. But now here comes Kenneth Portis again. He's sniffing the rear end of Alexis Moison. He's going to try and look around the outside as they come through Blanchemont. Is that how you say it, Blanchemont?
Yeah, Blanchemont is not really an overtaking spot either. I'd say bide your time and wait for the heavy braking zone. Which it looks like, Portis did. Oh, he's going up the inside again.
He tries, it goes around the inside, and he gets it done. He gets it done. Kenneth Portis goes up the P2, but D-Stack now coming up behind. You can see on the onboard of Alexis Moison that rear view camera, and now Alexis Moison trying to defend his position for P3 against D-Stack and Axel Johansson. Both those guys are in the fight. This is the four-car battle for P2.
So close. So close.
Oh, and you just see the amazing shots here for P2 coming up of Eau Rouge. And here we go. Axel Johansson sniffing up the back of D-Stack, and Alexis Moison trying to look on the outside as they come into Lacombe, but Alexis Moison not going to get it done this time. But now look at these guys getting single file again, getting that draft, getting that slipstream as they come down the hill into Bruxelles. or Is it Brussels?
Really good defending there by Portis by just not really parking it, but staying in the middle of the road and not giving Alexis any room whatsoever to get past. Really good defending. Fair defending as well.
This is some great racing, some gentleman type racing. Is what you would say. 3 minutes, 40 minutes to go here at the 4 hours of Spa here at Apollo Racing Club. Adam EV500 here with you, giving you the play-by-play. Joining me in the booth right now is one of our in-race commentators, Fred Frostberg, who gave us a report that the number 13 Bentley has been given a 10-second stop. Is it a 10-second stop and go?
No, a 10-second add-on to the... so basically his next pit stop is going to be a 10-second pause before they're able to fuel up and change tires and work on the car, basically.
So he'll have to serve that on his pit stop and when they do their first driver swap. So looking here, looks like Kenneth Portis has found a little bit of a pace here. It puts a second on to your teammate, but you have to wonder, is there some damage to the car?
I do not think so. I just feel like Portis and Snell Trainers probably having really good pace right now, and Alexis has been under pressure for such a long time, so maybe his tires are suffering a little bit. So he just needs to chill, get into the groove, keep driving. It's a long race still. It's 3 entire stints left. Much can happen, especially in the last hour of the race when the temperatures are probably going to fall quite a bit. So the people that tune in the tires right in the last pit stop is going to get a lot done. But that looked like a cut for me. Did Alex get a warning? Can't see.
Oh, yeah.
My
He
UI.
definitely got a warning for that. But that's going to give an opportunity now for D-Stack and Axel Johansson. Axel Johansson could try to make a move on the outside of Lacombe. Now has the inside line, but it gets over the curbs and has to concede the position back over to D-Stack. Yeah, I think Alexis got a little loose going up a Rouge, which doesn't surprise me. It happens.
No, it happens.
It happens.
It happens.
It's Spa. Okay, it's gonna happen. But how much pit strategy are you thinking into this right now, considering that you have a potential to win this race?
Not really a lot of pit strategy, actually. I'm going to have to chat with Alexis on how we're actually going to divide up the stints here, but we haven't decided beforehand. But we're going to run for as long as we can, which is 65 minutes, or as close to 65 minutes as possible. And then just have a shorter stint towards the end. Where we basically just try to go for as fast as just push for the entirety of like 45 minutes. I think it'll be in the end.
Are you hoping Snell Train pits earlier than you guys so you can maybe get the undercut going?
Well, if he pits at 60 minutes, I'm happy with that, because with endurance racing, you usually want to stay out for as long as you possibly can, because it takes some time to get heat into the tires, and you are going to bleed time if you have cold tires. So overcutting is actually quite strong, especially in the GT3 cars. And with the driver swaps not knowing what their other drivers do time-wise, we'll see. We'll see. I have no clue what the pace are.
Axel Johansson trying to make a move on the bus stop chicane. Couldn't get it done in that Aston Martin. So, but man, now guess who's back in it? It's that Mercedes of Matt G. Coders coming into view here for the battle for P4. This is getting quite interesting as we head into chase cam. You can just see the speed here on the camo straight of this Aston Martin.
Yeah, I think the Aston and the Merc is actually running the same engine, which is interesting. And therefore they have pretty much the same speed. The only thing that is going to differ the speed between the cars is the aero balance. So basically, if you're running less wing or lower rake, you're going to be way faster on the straights, but you're going to be slower in the corners. So that's where the setup is so important. Where do you want to be fast? And I like to set up the car on this track so you're fast during the high-speed sections, because that's where all the overtaking spots are.
We'll take a break at the 3-hour mark, just to see what's happening around, just to kind of get our bearings once again. Because depending on how far these gaps get, it gets kind of confusing. But now here comes Axel Johansson trying to make another move up the inside into Campos.
That corner is not an overtaking spot, and I think I've said that to him before. I wouldn't overtake there. It's too tight. But good thing he didn't swipe someone out. It looks like there's a battle going on between Righteous Fire and Aggro further down the field. It's only 4 tenths in between them back there. And I'm not sure what part of the track they're on right now. Yeah, they're coming up to a straight here quite soon. If Aggro gets a good exit, we might have something coming up then. I think the gap is too big. Don't think there's going to be an overtake this lap, at least.
No, not this lap at least.
Oh, a Snell train made a mistake. Looked like Portis caught in a few seconds.
Yeah, he's up to 3.4 seconds now behind the leader of Sam Snelltrain in the number 9 Mazepin. Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. He had another spin. Was it yesterday he had one?
He had one yesterday. Yes, he did.
And I'm not even going to say poor guy because it's nothing. Let's just rejoice in his failure. If we can say like
well,
that.
the Mazepin Motorsports Lamborghini is currently in the lead of the 4 hours of Spa.
Yeah.
Sadly, he is not having to. Sadly, dang, I can't do it. But he hasn't spun yet. That's all I can say.
No. As long and since he has such a good gap to the car behind, he doesn't really have to push his tires in at all. So I think it's just going to be not really smooth sailing, but I think he's just going to have to get to drive his own pace for a bit. Hopefully, either Portis or Alexis catches up later, because then he might get some tire pressures, because I know that the Lambo is quite hard on the tires, but that's just mid-engine cars in general. But also, I just gotta say, you can see the Aston domination. 4 of the 5 cars in the top 5 are Astons. And that is just how it looks in all tiers of racing on this track. The Aston is such a dominant force here.
D-Stack currently holding on to a position over Axel Johansson as they both go wide. But that's all right, because they keep on going. Fred, you're a teacher.
Yep, music teacher.
A music teacher in Switzerland or Sweden.
Sweden.
And that, and you know, this is what makes, I think, our organization here at Apollo Racing Club just so amazing, is that you have me, a commentator in the Midwest of the United States in South Dakota, and then we have somebody in Sweden, a music teacher in Sweden here as well, and it just shows that we have a lot of Europeans here. We just have a lot of different people coming from all different walks of life who are racing here today and participating.
Yeah, and one more thing that is really cool is that we have people in so many different stages of their life. For an example, we have Pfeiffer, he's over 40 now and has children. I haven't even thought about having children yet. So, but everyone is just gathered around this one thing that is racing, and it's so cool.
Yes.
Because everyone has the same passion, and everyone wants to have fun. Oh, it looks like Axel's right there. Oh, he managed to keep it on track, but now Coaches is going to get up close, and actually he's almost in an overtaking opportunity into that corner.
That Euro Yeet car is having to defend very, very hard here. And try and just keep everything calm and collected. That's really the name of the game here at Apollo Racing Club at the 4 hours of Spa. It's just keeping calm, cool, collected. The 3 C's, because well, you're gonna run into problems. You know, it's a 4-hour race, really. And Fred, tell me if you agree with me on this, but these first 3.5 hours is really just driving. It's really just setting up for the final minutes.
You don't want to be a lap behind in the last 30 minutes, but
that's
that's a wide line. and anyway, yeah, endurance racing is basically just being consistent, keeping your head in the game, and just keep driving and driving and driving, because anything can happen. Although you have like 5-6 straight bad laps that you're 2 seconds slower. All it needs is one mistake by one guy out of, I don't know, 3-4 people over time of 4 hours, and you're right back in it. That's the charm with endurance racing. It doesn't matter if you commit one mistake, you're still in it. And sometimes big accidents happen, and 3, maybe even 4 of the top runners get taken out. And all of a sudden, someone who usually isn't at the top of the race is there fighting for a good position.
This is when you have the switch for the rain and go, rain, heavy rain.
We really want the Belgium weather right here.
Well, you know about the Belgium weather. Obviously, it's not dry this time of year.
Oh no. It's probably raining quite a bit over there, I'd say. I've never been to Belgium myself, but I have as a goal to attend a track day sometime on Spa, since this is my favorite track. But yeah, Belgium is notoriously known for having unpredictable weather, and we've seen it times upon times during the F1 seasons, where you could be sun is shining 10-20 minutes before the race, but then we have a monsoon of rain when the race starts.
Well,
it just throws a spanner right into the works.
We are looking at P11 right now of Righteous Fire, who is fighting off Mike DeRuch. Is it Desrochers?
I'm gonna be honest, not sure how to pronounce the name.
DeRuchers. I'm gonna go with that one. Let's chat. Somebody help! Thank you, FWOPS, for the subscription with Amazon Prime. We appreciate that on Twitch. All your subscriptions and donations go right into Apollo Racing Club and helps us build bigger and better events and be able to host a server on ACC and be able to do certain things. So we appreciate your support on Twitch. Say hello to our YouTube viewers one more time. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello.
As well on YouTube. I know YouTube is an easier source for a lot of people instead of Twitch, so because some people at home can operate YouTube. Much easier to operate. What? Trying to see here. Really? Nothing?
Go
ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I'm noticing now is that Fortis is catching up to Celltrain. He has reduced the gap by a few tenths of the past 3 laps. So yeah, I think we might have a fight coming up in about 10-15 minutes maybe.
Let's look at this
Boostin
Ginnen Racing BMW. Ooh, look at the colors on that. That thing is flashy. That's Tommy Kogan in the car. Oh no, he is spun! He is spun going up!
He is off!
He is completely off the track. No, he saved it.
That's good, but his tires are square now.
His tires
Those flat spots are not gonna go away.
He absolutely he got up on Rouge, and I think he just got a little loose and just lost it in the front because he slid for quite a few meters just sideways. But now there's a battle going on. Yeah. Oh, there's a Mercedes up. That's Tony the Tiger's car. Going up in the chicane, there was a little bit of action. Wouldn't surprise me if you have a report coming in for that one, because that was a little bit of insane maneuvering happening there.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a big team. It's also an admin team, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what the guy says. I'm expecting Craig or Kriegs as one of the drivers on the team to send something in the chat soon. Then, yeah.
That commentator's curse, man. You are absolutely correct. Now let's take a look at Mac McAdams, commentator here at Apollo Racing Club. He helps me on every other Saturday night. He is in the Lowfield Boys Ferrari. And
he has pitted though.
They did pit. They did pit early. That is the car with melon pitch in it as well. So looking at the logos on the car, looks like we got some Corsair, some Mountain Dew. Make sure to grab a good old refreshing Mountain Dew from the fridge. Is that a Baja Blast car? It is a Baja Blast car. Do you know what Baja Blast is?
No, we don't have that here in Sweden. But I've just noticed that Axel has gotten past D-Stacks somewhere. And he has actually built a gap.
I have autopilot on and it didn't even do that. How dare it?
Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. Interesting could you go through the two front runners right now? I want to see what their fastest times are. So the fastest is a 18.9, okay. And what about Portis?
A 19.0.
Yeah, they're keeping up. They basically have the same pace. That's gonna be cool. There's gonna be a cool battle for, in case someone makes a mistake and the other one catches up.
Well, number 13 once again having a collision with somebody. So, and that was with Thornton. So that's Paco Marichante in that Bentley.
Yes, that is the four Spanish guys that joined late with a really interesting livery.
Yes, interesting indeed.
Looks like Cook has gotten himself a drive-through as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to see when that happened, but drive-throughs don't pop up on my side, so all I see is just a drive-through tag, but I cannot tell when the drive-through happened. But
it happened about 1 minute ago, and it's probably because of track limits, because there hasn't been any reports from what I've seen.
Track limits.
Yep, track limits are they are forgiving here, but there are some places where it's really easy to get the limits, especially in a Rouge. And a Rouge Radion and No Name. No Name is notorious because of the off-camber mid-speed thing. You wash out super easily there.
Let's go over to Ben Brown now in the McLaren GT3. I think the McLaren, very fast car, very stable car. I think it's one of the better cars on the grid. There's a lot of people that will fight me on that, but I think it's one of the easier cars to drive as well.
Oh yeah, the good thing with the McLaren is that it has such good aero, so you can shove it into any corner you'd like and it will stick. The only issue with the McLaren is its brakes. The brakes are not that good, so you need to be really on point with your braking, otherwise...
Well, yeah, you're supposed to be on point with your braking, Fred. This is racing, for God's sakes.
Yeah, of course, but you have to be a bit earlier with the McLaren. But it's a good car, especially on the British tracks. It really feels like the McLaren is made for the British tracks. It is such a lethal weapon on Silverstone. Together with the Ferrari. Basically all mid-engine cars are really good on Silverstone. Now we see Cookie also serving his drive-through. Let's see where that throws him out. Probably gonna be No, he shouldn't be 17th because it's a pit stop in between. Yep, 16th.
Oh, I apologize. I just all of a sudden just got hit with this like chills. I apologize. I'm kind of just like in a weird kind of state right now, but I'll try my best to persevere through this. Like I said, we'll take a break here very shortly. So you said 65 minutes is when pit stop should be happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna move back. Well, if you do optimized runs, it's gonna be 65 minutes. But I'm expecting people to start pitting about the 60-minute mark,
Okay.
and that's just for convenience, so the stints are the same time. Otherwise, one stint is gonna be shorter towards the end. But yeah, the fastest way to do endurance races is extending for as long as you possibly can. I'm gonna start moving back into Alexis's channel in about 15 minutes and be there for the final few laps.
All right. Well, we're seeing Matt
That's
Matt
a track
G.
cut.
That was a very big track cut, and he lost time for that too. He was right up the back of Ben Brown here, but couldn't quite find anything else happening. So let's go somewhere else.
Yeah. Hopefully everyone's pit stop goes well, because since this is such a long pit lane, feel like people might have issues with lining it up for the pit box, and that can lose you seconds if you don't get it right.
Well, it's an abnormally long pit box. These guys, you go in the normal pit entrance, but instead of the F1 pit boxes, which is that first row of pit boxes, there's a second set of pit boxes that are on the other side.
Yep.
That's where the GT3 goes.
Which I find interesting, but I definitely see why they do it. Because I expect the first row on the pit straight, as it's called, that they are specialized for the Formula 1 events. And then the other pit boxes are just for regular GT series cars. Might be wrong, that's just a theory I have, but it makes sense to me at least.
Well, it's part of it is that GT3 cars. Imagine trying to get a GT3 car through the pit exit of the F1 format.
I was possible in ACC, normal ACC, but I might be completely wrong there as well.
Well, I mean, we are in ACC.
No, normal AC. Sorry, when I was running leagues in normal Assetto Corsa, then the pit exit was right after the sharp right-hander.
Yeah, but even in the regular 24 hours and even 6 hours, they put the pit exit up on top of a Rouge in the Kemmel Straight.
Oh yeah, that is the correct way to have it.
Yeah,
but I was just saying that it's probably possible to have it after
it's possible,
after
but
G1.
I can't imagine trying to go through turn 1 in a GT3 car and have to avoid maybe somebody going wheel to wheel with you, and then avoid somebody coming out of the pits. No, thank you. That is death waiting to happen. That is absolute
that
death.
is true.
Like turn 1 is already. How would you describe turn 1?
Strange, because the fastest way of taking that corner is actually being super slow on exits, straightening up the car as fast as you possibly can, and then get on the throttle. You don't want to be on the throttle and turn at the same time, because you lose tenths, like up a Rouge and on the Campbell Straight. So it's a strange corner. It basically sets up for the entirety of the first sector. So it's really important to get the turn in right there and not wash out wide. Portis is really catching up now to Snell Train. 1.5 seconds. I think Snell Train's tires must be going.
Yep.
Like I was expecting, the Lambo can't hold the tires as well as the Aston can.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if we see him pit any time now because of the tire wear.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to stick it out for at least 60 minutes, maybe even 65, but it looks like he's losing too much time. And Axel keeping a steady pace to Alexis. So, yeah, my two buddies are doing well there.
The gaps are somewhat formulated here now. You know, we're right now with Ben Brown and Matt G. Coders. And then Rob Fraken and D-Stack maybe.
Yeah. We have two minor skirmishes going on there. None of them are really in any position to overtake. Although it looked like the Merc had a really good exit up on top of Radion, but he's still too far away to make the pass here. And the issue that the Merc is having compared to the McLaren is that the McLaren is so good in the middle section of this track. So the Mercedes is never really in a position to be in the overtaking spots, which must be super frustrating for him. But if we compare the Aston to the Nissan, there it's actually the Aston which is better in the middle section. But the Nissan is a rocket on the straights, which is... Yeah. So there, of course, car differences are going to make so the different drivers are going to have different sector times, of course. But I'd say that getting good exits to basically all the straights on this track is the core to being fast here. The straights are the most important part of the track because after the straights is basically, as I've said before, the only overtaking spots. Safe overtaking spots.
I apologize once again, guys. I'm sitting through this. I'm actually going to order some food so I can maybe feel a little bit better. So I do apologize. I haven't ate anything today.
Oh yeah. Be safe instead. It's your health is more important than the commentary.
No, live by the commentary, die by the commentary.
That's the spirit.
That's how you do it.
Yep. Okay.
But I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Good Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening if you're in Europe, or Saturday night.
Yeah, I think I'm going to start moving back over to Alexis's channel and see how it's going for him.
Okay.
But thank you for having me. I might have a look back in here after my first stint.
All right, thank you very much for joining
1
us.
hour's time. Thank you for having me. Talk to you later, and good luck with the commentary.
Yep, thank you. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Well, that was Fred Forsberg. He's heading to his car to get in very soon, as he's got about 15-20 minutes left here, as we are with Rob Franken now, who has gotten past D-Stacks in that Nissan, and he moves up a position. Great racing we have here today, don't we? I love it. This is what you live for sometimes, honestly. Seeing the flashing lights of Thornton now in that Mercedes, trying to mess with his opponent there. Which, can you blame him? No. Really can't. Well, okay. When we take a break, I will have to do something about my hunger. But that is all right, as we are looking at 3 hours and 10 minutes to go here at the 4 Hours of Spa. Here at Apollo Racing Club. It is a good time to be here with you. Adam Thompson here with you in the commentary box. It's currently right now looking at Paco Marchente having a battle with Thornton and the Tiny Tony the Tigers. I think it's what it's called. Tony's Tiny Troublemakers. Say that 3 times fast. So, well, we'll be right back. We'll take a break right now. So stay tuned for more action. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, live here at Spa. And now we are seeing the first rounds of pit stops. Dave Hassar has come in for the BMW team of Tommy Kogan and Dave Hassar in the car. And now it looks like Ben Brown going into the pits as well for his pit stop and their driver swap. Let's see who comes out on that. Yes, I will drag you up here. Give me 1 second. Actually, you might want to move up to a practice channel. Thank you. Bring in Corey Reynolds. Hello, Corey Reynolds.
What's up there, man? How you doing?
I am good. I had to take a break there and find something to eat real quick.
I was watching something else. What happened?
Hold on, give me 1 second. I cannot hear you very well, so I'm going to have to turn you up.
I'll turn myself up too.
Oh,
How about that?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
I don't know why. Sometimes my mic decides that it wants to turn itself down. I don't get it.
Well, Corey, welcome on in. First off, I don't know which team are you on?
I'm not on a team.
You're
I just saw this going on. I was like, if you need help, I'll here to assist because I know how rough it can be to do these 4-hour events solo. So,
well, thank you very much for stepping on in. Right now, give you a quick summary. Sam Snelltrain currently in P1, Alexis Moison in P2. Trying to see. Looks like Portis. He is in the pits. He was running. He made a pit stop earlier. He's still in the car. What have you thought of the race so far? Right now, Wolf in the car.
It's been pretty good. I watched the probably first 20-30 minutes or so, and man, the top 5 are really going at it for a long time there. It's a really great race. Snelltrain's just had absolute pace, so it's good to see though that Moisen hasn't fallen too far off. He's only 4.5 back, so maybe he can close that gap, or perhaps Fred when he hops in the car.
Fred will.
But right
now,
he's still got Johansson behind him within a second, and the more those two fight, the more Snelltrain's going to get away. So you got to really sort of get out of that 1 second gap so he doesn't get much of a tow.
Well, our current race leader
But Snelltrain pitting, yeah.
Yeah, he's in the pits right now. Alexis Moison, our current race leader, still has to make a pit stop. But Snelltrain, I think he's staying in the car. Or no, I bet he'll do the driver swap. They would have. I would think. Do an
Is
hour
there the
stint.
same rule from the Nürburgring one where you can only do hour and 5 per stint?
Yes.
Okay, so then yeah, he's got to be getting out of the car unless they're going to take a penalty. And I don't think they'd willingly do that. So.
Rob Franken in the GT Sport Nissan, driving pretty fast. His goal was to be in the top 10 today. He's been consistent all afternoon being in that top 10. Started 6th, fell down to 8th, but it's currently P3. Let's see, who else?
Yeah, it's interesting to see where everybody files out after the pit stops, because I want to see if we maybe get, sometimes, not everybody practices those pit stops as much as they should. And sometimes you miss your mark, or maybe you're too slow coming into your box, and some time can really be gained in the pits. So it'd be interesting to see where these gaps lie out.
Jeff Spangler coming in to the Mazda Spin Motorsports Lamborghini. So he will be driving. He's currently in P4. I wonder what kind of pace. We haven't seen him yet drive. So these are all these new guys coming on in. We see Van coming on in. Let's see who's in P11. Adam D is in the car right now for the ONID Racing team and at Aston Martin. Juan
Valdivia? Yeah, probably something like that.
in the
You
Bentley.
say Juan Valdez.
Well, yeah, well,
All you boomers will get that one.
see who else. Jaegers in the Idiots Driving Cars Lamborghini has come in. Dumb.
Must be German with that cars with a K.
Yeah. Dumb Hood, or Doomian Hood, excuse me, in the Leclercico Mercedes. Let's see, Greg Prescott in the ONID Racing Team 2 Ferrari. That's somebody to watch out for. CRK has come into the ONID Cam Sport McLaren. He's in P6 right now after his pit stop. So the top three currently haven't pitted, and they're currently in the pits right now. Let's see where they come out. Alexis Moisson in the pits first, obviously, followed by Axel Johansson and then Rob Franken. So this is an opportunity for that Lamborghini to try and make up those positions, and it looks like it is going to happen.
I would suspect that with clean air, the undercut is going to net you more time than an overcut. So I would think that the Lamborghini probably at best keeps their 4.5 second lead before we started these pit stops, but we'll see what happens.
Well, Jeff Spangler has now taken the lead of this race after the round of pit stops. Currently still out needing a pit is going to be Righteous Fire, and yeah, that's it. That's the only person right now who still needs to pit, who has to pit here. Looks like they will be pitting this next lap after picking up P12. Have about 20 seconds behind them to Matt McAdams. So, let's see what happens.
So am I right in seeing that they gained like 5 seconds in the pits? 4.5 seconds?
Yeah.
That's a lot. What happened with car 124?
Car 124. Well, they've moved up in the second position now. They've gotten past Fred Olsberg and Alexis Moisson's Aston Martin. So Wolf right now in P2.
Moissan was in second, right?
Yes.
So yeah. So what happened to the car 24 then? That's the real thing, because they would have lost. Wow. So they're like a second behind, or 124 was like a second behind. So they lost like 7 seconds in the pits.
Yeah. Now they have to really.
Maybe
gain it
they.
back.
I guess maybe they repaired damage and the other teams didn't. And they had like 7 seconds of damage. That's the only thing I can think of, unless they just really messed up their pit.
I mean, there was a collision between the previous driver of, I can't remember who was in it already, and Alexis Moisson. Porter. So
That could be it then.
that could have been a damage stop. I think this. I don't know if Fred's car was damaged at all, but I don't think it was. But here we go again. We are back off racing again, and Jerry Spangler. He's actually seems like he's got quite a bit more pace than his teammate. He is currently in the car. He put up a 2:20 on his first lap, which was 2 seconds faster than Wolf.
Overall, their best lap is a sub 2:19 though, so we'll see if he's got the same pace as Snell Train, but yeah, they are a couple of very fast boys, it seems. Wolf's a fast driver though. You never know how long it takes for each car to warm up their tires. And Wolf did pit after them by 2 or 3 laps, so I would suspect that his best pace is still coming in the next 3 laps or so. That being said, it looks like there's a pretty decent fight down at P15 between Fife, Vans, and Valdivia. Got a 3-way battle going.
Yeah,
Or there was. Vans just lost like a second and a half.
Yeah, and he's now backed up.
Something happened.
Yeah, he's backed up into Valdia, which can't be good. But hey, sometimes things just happen. Van right now in that Mercedes, in that Tony's tiny troublemakers Mercedes. Say that 3 times fast. I dare you. It's very hard.
I won't try.
I'm somewhat disappointed where this Mercedes has been, but they've also been in a few collisions. As you can see, there's some scrapes and some dents in the rear end, particularly of that Mercedes.
Yeah, hard to get dents in your own rear end. I'm gonna guess that somebody went into the back of them. Although they've got some. They're looking rough on their front end too, so clearly they've been in some incidents, maybe getting their elbows out today.
Well, looks like now Fred Fulsberg, he's found the pace and he has overtaken Wolf now into P2 coming down coming down through turn 1. So Fred finding some pace in this Aston Martin. His teammate put this Aston Martin on poles. Let's see what kind of pace he can get here.
I mean, Fred's a very fast driver too. I mean, I remember from the Nürburgring event that his teammate was like alien speed, but when Fred got in the car, it's not like he fell off the pace really much. So he was very fast. Not surprised to see that. I guess I am surprised to see already a 2-second gap though. Something must have happened with Wolf because he was like a second and a half ahead. You can't. Typically, I know Wolf's a fast driver, so typically you wouldn't see like 3-second pace difference in 4 laps, right? So I'm guessing Wolf made a mistake somewhere, and Fred was able to capitalize.
Let's see here, there's a yellow flag somewhere. Who is that?
Looks like there's a pretty close gap between 10th and 11th right now. The 420 Mercedes from Duheim Hooft and Jaegers and that Lambo. It's less than a half-second back, as is 5th and 6th. So there's a couple good battles going on right now.
Alan Zoe in the Euro Yeet car in P4. That car looking very
Great
good.
livery. Yeah. Always a fan of those retro wave aesthetics. A little 80s look.
Well, it seems like, it was a clean livery at the start, I guarantee you of that, but it's gotten a little dirty today.
Yeah, it doesn't look bent out of shape, though. It's probably just the way the game, tells you you've been driving so many laps.
See, let's look at this battle behind him with Nico Duick in the Nissan and CKR in the McLaren. That Nissan's got some pace in it. It just needs to have some clean air, I feel like.
Yeah, it's kind of a boat to handle, but it's very fast on the straight, where the McLaren actually isn't as fast. It's incredibly good through the corners, so it's kind of a good battle of styles here. We'll see what happens. That being said, in this game, the toe is almost non-existent. So there's really no such thing as getting a good toe. You have to get a good exit before the straight to really be able to pass by the end of it. So it's really about what you set up before the straight, how you take that previous corner and get the power down. More than anything, the toe is almost non-existent. It's very, very little in this game, in my experience. Unlike, say, iRacing or something,
See what's going on here in the reports, verdicts. incident between cars 13 and 777. There has been a 5-second penalty to car number 13 for causing a collision and not being within the white lines for pit entry.
So car 17 has a drive-through now. I didn't see when that popped up. I'm gonna guess speeding in the pits.
Yep, probably speed in the pits or track limits.
Oh yeah, could be.
Track limits are a sucker, but now we're seeing CKR making some pace here onto Allen, and he's looking up the inside into turn 1. He's going to get the braking done. He's so precise, but these two are going to absolutely fight it out through turn 1, but looks like CKR gets it done with that McLaren.
Good pass.
Very nice pass.
Let's see if Allen can get him back on the straight. But like I said, it's all about that, all about La Source. You get La Source right, get the power down. Even if you got people in your tow, they're probably not going to catch up to you. So
CKR in P4, Wolf in P3, Fred Forsberg in P2, and he's actually coming up on our some lap traffic.
which is always spicy. You love to see it, unless you're the guy behind the traffic, then you hate to see it. But that's the beauty of, oh, here he's diving up the inside. What a move by Fred there.
Yeah, what a move.
That's one way to get through traffic.
Got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah. As long as you can make it stick and keep it safe. Do what you got to do. That's the beauty. I was going to say that's the beauty of endurance racing. That's what makes it fun. It's not only the bigger grid usually, but the difference in speeds between if you're doing multi-class or just, you know, there's always going to be people who aren't quite on the pace, and you got to find your way through that field. How you navigate that traffic, it's gonna, the people who can do it really well are going to be at the top. People who can't are going to find themselves in incidents, and you know, you got to be patient. It looks like Allen is under attack as we speak from the Nissan. It's only 2/10 back on him right now. Also, apparently the incident between the 13, which got them a 5-second penalty, they say that they were trying to enter their box and trying to get into the pits rather, and got a lag spike and ran into the 777 car as they were entering the pits. So.
Say the least there. But the 17 still served their drive-through, looks like.
Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't really look like they lost any positions doing that. If they did, I hadn't noticed.
They did lose one. They went down to P10.
Okay. Good battle right now between Wolf and CKR for third position on track. CKR has been on a flyer making his way up the grid after the pit stops. He must have some pretty good pace right now.
He's
He's
really
going to try it down the inside. It's from a long way back, though.
But he gets it
And
done.
Wolf sees him coming and just kind of lets him through. So
Yeah,
he must know that this guy's pretty fast, and he just doesn't want to waste time fighting.
Wolf-
He made that pretty easy for him.
Wolf is fast. He's in our Saturday Night League, but he hasn't put up quite the performances, and you would know that considering that you race in our GT3 league.
Yeah. I would say he's inconsistent. He's got good pace, but he tends to get in some incidents every once in a while that kind of ruins the overall race for himself.
Well, Wolf down to P4. CKR up into P3. It's going to get spicy here, I feel like, as we approach 2 hours and 40 minutes.
But I mean, that's also like something to think about when you're in an endurance race. If you know that the guy just has the pace over you, sometimes there's nothing you can do. You just don't have the pace, right? You just don't. He made the right move. You don't want to fight that. It's a long race. You don't really want to be, tooth and nail through every corner with the guy, because that just slows you both down. So let him through. And maybe on pace you can catch up to him later, but overall you're going to improve your position more by running good laps than fighting for that one position. So it's smarter in a long race. Just take the loss now, but win later.
Hopefully soon. I have the autopilot camera on just to kind of help me out, search through the field a little bit.
I was going to say, it looks like the Nissan is back behind Alan. I could switch over to that, but I guess it's on auto cam. There we go. These two have been battling for quite a while. Oh, a little too deep there, brother.
Yeah, a little deep with that Nissan for sure.
This is very, very close to wiping out Alan. I think Euro Yeet almost got Nippon Yeeted.
That's a good one. Looking at Nico.
Yeah, he got a good exit though, and Alan really didn't. So he took that corner a little bit better at the source. Let's see what happens up the hill.
And this is, you got to be completely on the throttle. Have to have the confidence in the car to get you up the hill as you're in fifth gear through uphill, and then as soon as you get on top of the hill, get in that sixth gear and get going.
Yeah, it was just too far back.
Hello, Tommy Kogan.
But
Hello, D-Stack. Hello, Twitch chat.
with all this pressure, Alan's really keeping his cool here. This is great.
Yeah, Alan hasn't been in a position like this in quite a long time, honestly, as we are seeing Wolf now having to avoid some lap traffic. It's approaching Tony's Tiny Troublemakers. Mercedes. And you can just see, this track, there's not a whole lot of overtaking opportunities. Maybe the bus stop chicane. Luckily, the Mercedes gets out of the way of Wolf, so he can continue on his way. What makes this track unique, Corey?
It's just one of the best tracks in the world to drive. I mean, it's also one of the longest tracks in the world. It's an incredibly long lap and a lot of historic corners, a lot of racing history. It's just a lot of fun. It's got a good mix of right here. You see the bus stop, which is no longer a bus stop, but used to be. It's still called the bus stop though. La Source is incredibly tricky to get right as well because it's falls away from you as you turn into the corner, and obviously it sets up one of the longest straights in the world. So getting La Source right is super important, and there's just not a lot of grip there. And a lot of people, you know, have troubles with it. It's easy to spin up your tires. So past that, you go through Eau Rouge and Radion, which is the top of it, the famous contention between what it's actually called. And that's in these types of cars, F1, sure, that's like nothing. But in these cars, you're depending on your setup, you can be quite on edge through that. It's not an easy task to go through Radion. Then down to Lake Combe and Rivage. As it looks like the Nissan of Dudek has actually gotten past Alan Xu while we were talking. So good on them. See if glorious Nippon power can hold off Euroyeet for the rest of this lap.
Would like to welcome in to the commentary box none other than Roadside Cookie. Hello, Cookie.
Hey there. Just coming to keep company and help a little bit with the commentary. I know it's hard to do 4 hours, so trying to lend a hand here.
Well, thank you very much, sir. How was your first stint?
Went all right. The beginning of the race was a little bit dicey. There was a driver in front that was like driving, that was braking at really unexpected places, and I lost, being stuck behind him, lost like 3 or 4 positions just like that. And then after that, a little bit of an incident in No Name, but luckily no one was very badly affected other than myself. And then other than that, went pretty well, was gaining positions and everything. And yeah, there was a little bit of a glitch with the Eau Rouge Radion. So even going through it and lifting really hard, like I did a complete lift for like almost 2 seconds, and they still gave me a warning. And like I was lifting really hard because I knew there was a problem. It was not normal. And even with almost 2 seconds lift, they gave me my 3rd warning, and it gave me a drive-through. So that's unfortunate. But anyway, we are able to catch back up now, and we're slowly regaining the positions from that. And I mean, over a 4-hour race is 60 seconds lost from a drive-through. It's not necessarily the end of the world. So from then on, it went well, and I was able to regain a bunch of time. And now it's Joshua Kimball, and he's doing actually pretty well. So I'm looking forward to a good result.
That's wild. So what was the issue? What was the glitch going on?
So I think it's this all speculation at this point, but I think it's due to how the game calculates whether you gain time or not when you go off track. And I think it glitched out, and it basically thought I was doing slower than normal. But even on a lap that I like barely cut, so like, you know, you always cut the top of Radion. But even with barely any cut and a huge lift, it gave me a warning. So I'm guessing that it was a problem in how the car lose weight because of the fuel load going down. And let me tell you, that Ferrari drinks a lot. But anyway, the fuel load goes down, and so the pace goes up. And even with the lift, I think that the game thought that I gained time when I was looking at my delta, and it was actually going down. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. It's something weird, and yeah.
One of the perils of sim racing. In real life, In real life, you get a puncture, or you have an electronics failure. In sim racing, the game decides you deserve a penalty for no reason.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, the Ferrari drinks a lot of fuel. So like, if you look at all the Ferraris that are up there, I actually started the race with maximum fuel, and I was barely able to get it up to an hour. So it's gonna be interesting. Maybe there's gonna be some fuel saving going on, or maybe some weird stint length.
Yeah, it
I
will
don't
be
know.
interesting. I did notice that in my pre-season testing of the Ferrari, but when I was testing it, I wasn't testing it on a track quite as long as this. So that's interesting that it can barely make an hour stint. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, as maybe it's due to the track too. Like, there's a lot of straights on the Spa, and also driving style is in for something in there. I know I do keep my foot on the throttle a little bit in places where I shouldn't, because I try to use the TC to stabilize the car, and considering like the car is really nimble and it likes to oversteer, and I use the traction control to keep it stable. So that costs fuel. So driving style, and combined with the car having a ton of torque at low end, I don't know. It's something special, and it's interesting to try to work around this problem and try to make sure that we don't have to pit 4 times at least.
An update for you guys. Righteous Fire has been served a 130-second penalty.
Yeah, I'll look at that. It looks like they've exceeded stint time, and that's an hour and 30 minutes gone now. So yeah, they got past the maximum stint time. I'll check if they did a pit or something. I'll investigate that. So I'll leave you guys with the commentary now, and I'm gonna do my stewarding job.
All right. Thank you
So
very
good
much,
luck.
Cookie.
Well, let us know what happens.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, I can come back and let you know what happened.
All right. That'd be great.
All right.
Roadside Cookie joining us here in the commentary box. Corey, that was pretty good insight into how this race is like today.
With what?
Well, just, look at the Ferrari, have the
right.
penalties. I mean, Roadside Cookie, those guys were in Fife. Those guys were looking, Fife's had pretty strong weeks in ACC in the past couple weeks. So definitely.
Yeah, Five's been killing it, man.
Yeah, especially in the Ferrari. He's been real strong in the Ferrari.
Not to interject, but Dudek has been on a charge since he passed Allen. Already put 7 seconds on him, and now he's right up behind Wolf for P4.
He wants to get into the mix somehow. Well, this is how you do it. You gotta just drive like you don't care. And this guy, that's exactly what he's doing. His fastest lap time currently is a 2:19.7. It's the fastest lap time.
Pretty quick from what we've seen. I mean, the leader was doing sub 2:19s, but only just. So if you're off the lead, if you're within a second of the leader's pace, you're probably pretty fast out there. It seems to me like just on what I've noticed, he spent a lot of laps behind Allen, but then as soon as he passed him, he was just gone. I mean, within like 2 laps, he had already put 2.5 seconds on Allen. So I'm going to guess that the Nissan does not like to be behind other cars. It must really struggle with the dirty air, because he was right behind Wolf, like less than 2/10, and now he's dropped back to 8/10. He's still there, and obviously his best chance to get him will be at the end of the Kimmel Straight. So we'll see what happens here, coming out of La Source, whether or not he can get a good run on Wolf up up Eau Rouge. Oh, it does look like he's right behind him. He's going to pull out alongside.
Yep, and he's going down the Kimmel Straight now. They're going wheel to wheel. Can the move get done on the outside here? That is the real question going to be answered here in just a couple of seconds as they come into the hard braking zone. Going into Lacombe's, and now, no. Wolf gets the inside line and goes ahead and fights back a little bit.
It's good defense. Park yourself on the inside, squeeze him a little bit to the outside, make sure he doesn't have a lot of room, and then just hit that apex and park it there so he can't turn in on you. So it's a good job by Wolf.
Nico Dudek is really fighting hard as he's trying to look up the inside once again.
That is not a good spot.
That is not a good spot to try and get the overtake done for sure. But he's still staying there with Wolf. He's getting right on the back bumper and just absolutely sniffing it.
And when somebody drives like that, you know, for some drivers, that can unnerve you a little bit. Seeing somebody try to go up your inside at Poulon, when that is not a good, that's a horrible place to try to attempt a pass. You know, seeing that in your mirrors can spook you a little bit, and sometimes it can cause you to make sort of an unforced or forced error, however you want to look at it. But he's got to keep his head about him and just realize that if he's going to try stuff like that, it's only going to make the car behind slow. But he's got to run on him now. Is he going to dive?
He might wait for turn one. Hello.
Did he hit him? I think he just hit him a little bit. Oh, and now Wolf slowed down for some reason. Why?
I think it was just to concede the position.
I'm very confused. If you were going to concede the position, why didn't you let him go through at the end of the Kimmel Straight? What happened there?
I have no idea. Look clean to me.
I wonder if maybe we could get a message from his teammate or something. Figure out what, if he even knows. But either way, Dudek is through, and now he's got a 30-second gap to try and close to P3. So he's got his work cut out for him if he wants a podium. That being said, it is a long race. Plenty of things can happen. Oh, and while we were watching this, it looks like Fred Forsberg has taken the lead from Spangler.
Well, then.
It's like that pass just happened. And now, as when I caught it, they were within a tenth of each other, and now he's already 9/10ths back. So,
looking here at Adam Deed now, I can't tell. He's not fighting anybody in front of him, so.
I guess we're just watching lap traffic.
Yep, we're just watching the lap traffic once again.
Exciting stuff from the automated camera.
Thanks, automated camera.
Now it catches the leader. But he's already down 1.5 seconds, and that last lap was a 2:22. That's quite a bit off the pace. I'm going to guess that had something to do with getting past. But if he's putting in laps like that, you can see why maybe Fred caught him up.
Well, Fred has now taken that gap and has opened it up to almost 2 seconds now.
Well, not to take anything away from Fred. He's a very fast driver, so. Too bad the automated camera didn't let us see the actual action.
So Jeff Spangler in P2, CRK in P3, and Nico Dudek in P4. Wolf falling down to P5, but Alan Zoe could potentially make some positions up here.
It's only four seconds back. His last lap was a 2:24. We'll see what Wolf's was, if that's possible. But Alan's a good driver. His lap was almost a 2:25, so it looks like he could be catching him slowly. Yeah, 9/10 on that last lap.
Two hours, 20 minutes to go here on the 4 hours of Spa. And it's heating up, I would say. Fred Forsberg now in the lead. His teammate Alexis Moisson was able to get that Aston Martin on pole position, but the Lamborghini was able to get a very early lead by Central.
Looks like right now everybody's just running their race. We've got pretty consistent 2 to 3 second gaps between everyone. And Cookie's back. What kind of details do you what kind of juicy details do you have for us?
So it's a server configuration issue, and it affects mainly teams with 3 drivers. So the way the server is configured is to give a maximum stint time of 65 minutes per driver, and also a maximum drive time overall. But because the config doesn't work how we expected, the server did math and ended up giving maximum drive time of 1 hour and 26 minutes to teams with 3 drivers. What that means is, if your car, like, remember when I told you the Ferrari can barely go an hour on a fuel tank?
Right.
Well, if your car cannot go an hour, that means, because we have a maximum of 1 hour and 25 minutes per driver, that means we would have to do 5 pit stops to get to the end of this race without breaking the rules. So we are going to be clearing the any penalties that are given because of maximum stint time. Maximum drive time, sorry, not maximum stint time. And that's it. Maximum stint time should still be respected. And yeah, that way the problem should be solved.
Makes sense. Thank you, Cookie.
Yeah, and one last detail is that there's also a mandatory pit stop, and in order to clear it, you have to do a pit stop in which you change tires, increase fuel, and change driver. If you do not do all those 3 things in a single pit stop, even if you do change them in like subsequent pit stops, that will not count. You have to do them all at the same time at least once. So, yeah, that's it. With that said, I am going to go back to my team and finish that discussion.
All right, man. Well, thanks again. I'll probably be having to leave in a little bit if you want to take over if you're not driving. Feel free to...
I will not be driving for another 1 hour and 30 minutes, or yeah, 1 hour 20 minutes, I guess. So yeah, I will probably come back in a little bit. Just gonna go finish the conversation, and then I'll come assist.
Sounds good.
Assist you. Good luck.
Well, it looks like we got a couple battles lining up. Jaegers in the 328 down in P13 has seen Vans come to within a second. Now it's back to a second behind him in the 777 Mercedes. And CKR continues his charge to the front in that McLaren. He's within a second of Spangler now, and Spangler has dropped to 4 seconds off the lead. So it seems like Spangler quite doesn't have the pace that his teammate had, and a lot of these cars are catching him. Be interesting to see if the camera could get off of Alan Zhu. As much as we love you, Alan, you're racing no one right now. And now CKR is within 0.6 for that P2 spot. Looks like CKR is going for the move as we speak. And of course, the automated camera not helping one bit. Let's see if CKR can get it done on Spangler by the timing. I'm going to guess with the pace difference that seemingly is there that it's not going to be that difficult. But we'll see. Next time they update the sectors. I'm thinking that the automated race director just really loves your livery, Alan. If you're out there listening, good job on that livery. You killed it. CKR did get the move done in the 22 McLaren. So he moves up in the second place. Spangler has now fallen from first when he took over down to third. And it seems like he just might not have the pace of the leaders right now. It's a long race. There's plenty left to go. We're at the 2 hour and 13.5 minute mark. Now let's see if CKR, 4 seconds back of the leader, can put a dent in that and continue this charge. Hello there.
Hello there, gentlemen. I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Nope, I actually think that Thompson has stepped away.
Well, that's good timing. I'm getting signed back into the race. This is
Unfortunately, Pitch's internet decided it was a good time for it to cut out, and so
Oh,
it disconnected while I was away from my desk. So I'll be joining you for the remainder of the race here in the commentary booth.
Oh man, so you guys are out of the race, huh?
Unfortunately, by the time that I was notified of what happened, I was downstairs and made my way back up to my desk to find we were 3 laps down, and I had my controls locked for another minute and a half. So there was not very much of a chance that we were going to be able to recover any kind of race there.
Are you guys the 420 car?
No, we were the number 675 Ferrari.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even see it, so you dropped out completely.
Yeah, unfortunately, it may be in the pits, but by now it's probably removed itself from the game.
Yeah. Bummer. That sucks, dude.
Yeah, it's racing.
I was telling Cookie earlier, this real life, they had like an issue with randomly they got assigned a drive-through penalty for track limits because even though they did slow down when they gotta slow down, like the game didn't consider it. So
yeah, I mean, and even at that, in real-world motorsport, you could have electronics fry themselves in the middle of the race. Your transmission could blow a gear. There's all sorts of stuff that happens, and unfortunately, it followed us over into sim racing. So
yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Was you've got those real-life issues, and sim racing, the game just hates you, and then you die. So you sometimes that happens.
Yep, that's just how it goes sometimes, and I'm going to make the most out of it. I enjoy commentating just about as much as I like driving, so I'll be in here for the remainder of the race.
Nice. Well, that's perfect because I actually need to step away in about 15 minutes, get some lunch. But
I like
for the moment, we have been following Alan Ju's car for like the last 10, 12 laps. So there's not much to see. Actually, the gaps are fairly consistent. Not a lot of on-track action. Oh, we finally switched. There we go. We got the camera on the leader now, on Fred Forsberg, and this guy CKR, who has been consistently moving himself up the field. A few laps ago, he was right behind Spangler, who has really fallen off the pace, and now he's put almost 8 seconds on Spangler, and he was 4 seconds back of the leader. He's only 2.4 back of Forsberg, so he has been on a charge since taking on his stint. I believe when he came out of the pits, he was like in 6th, and now he's all the way up to 2nd.
And who is it that we're watching right now?
Well, that was CKR. We're watching the leader at the moment, Fred
Got it.
Forsberg.
I want to make sure I have my camera in the right place.
The 22 McLaren has been on an absolute charge.
Forgive me here. I'm still pulling up a couple of my commentary things here, but I'll be up to speed here momentarily.
It's all good. So are you on the camera now? Is that what you're doing?
No, I won't be able to. I think since Adam is streaming it, I can't control the where the stream camera is at, but I can follow around where it is and talk about what's going on there.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I'm just watching through the Discord, but he's back.
All right, and with that, I am almost through the pre-roll ahead for the stream, so I can start keeping up with you guys here. There we go. Yep, and we're on the rear view mirror of Fred Forsberg here, our race leader here at Spa.
Check.
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
There we go. Fred, full.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you?
Yeah, my VR randomly turned on. No clue why, but it changed all my audio inputs outputs to the VR, so I lost you guys for a second.
It's all good. It's all good.
Fred here, taking a 1.5 second lead over CKR, and Jeff Spangler falling down to P3. What has happened?
While you were away, a lot has happened with the lead. We didn't see it because we were watching Alan's shoe, but CKR has been charging through the field, and Spangler has been kind of doing the reverse. He doesn't seem to really have the pace that his teammate had out front, and he's been consistently falling back, and he's about 12 seconds off the lead now. So Forsberg made the pass on Spangler and then immediately put a couple seconds on him, and CKR has been charging through the field, and when he got past Spangler, he was 4 seconds back of Forsberg. Now he's within 2, so he is got some pace in that McLaren right now.
Well, just seeing where else is happening. There's not really much except for the battle for the lead here with CKR and Forsberg.
Yeah, Doomhoofed, or however you're supposed to say that. The 420 Mercedes is in the pits right now, it looks like. Not sure if that's a planned pit stop. Could be. We're nearing the 2-hour mark.
Let's see. They doesn't look like they have any damage to the car, so
Could just be a planned pit. Would make sense for their second stint. Although you would expect somebody else to be in the car, because I'm pretty sure he was just in the car.
Yep.
They're still moving up to their pit box. We're not on the old pit boxes at this spot track, whatever lineup. So we'll see if there's a driver change here shortly.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that. That they have the pit boxes on that side too. Cool.
They
cool.
seem to change. I've raced spa where it's on both sides. I don't know why it's on that side today.
Yeah. Valdivia now in the pits. But let's go back to the lead, because he is within a second now. CKR going up Radion and onto the Kimmel Strip. Traffic too.
This is
spicy.
It's going to get interesting. McAdams, welcome on in. I'm sorry to hear what happened to your guys' car. But what do you think of this battle for the lead?
It's going to be real interesting to watch, especially as we're going into about the halfway mark of this race, that these cars still have this absurd amount of pace. I mean, not that Pitch and I were driving an especially poor race, but to see these drivers still pushing these times out of these cars this late into the race is both a testament to how skilled the drivers they are and how lucky they've gotten this entire time. Because all it takes is one bad curb in this track, and it's going to put you in the wall and probably a couple positions down, if not a lap or two. But as we watch them come down through Puhan here, it's really a question of when is Fosberg here going to make his move. He's no doubt aware that he's got his competition for first place here right on his tail. He's got to be thinking, I want to get around this car so I can get away from this McLaren. We had his co-driver, the McLaren's co-driver, behind us at the start of the race, and neither one of them is slouch. Both of them are very good drivers, and it looks like they're going to make that pass nice and clean, which is what you want to see. Now we're going to see what happens with this battle as they come down the back straight. We'll see if they can, if Fosberg's able to put some space between that McLaren, or if that McLaren's able to hang on. But he's definitely going to have the draft going down this back sector here. I don't think that's exactly what Fosberg wanted to see, but we'll definitely have something interesting happen here up at the bus stop chicane if they stay this close.
Yeah, if he can carry the speed through Blanchimont, but he's going to make his move. He's going to go to the outside.
Yeah, going on the outside. They make contact, and now Forsberg has to go wide, and they're going to cut the chicane. And there is the car of Righteous Fire finally pitting.
Let's see if he lets him through, because in my opinion, that was Forsberg just kind of missing the corner, though they did have contact. But
yeah, it could go either way. I'd have to go back and watch the replay, but it also looked as though he could not turn in because he had that McLaren preventing him from doing so. But
he was on the outside.
Was he?
The McLaren was on the outside.
He might have overshot it. Let me go take a look at that replay.
Regardless, pass is done. CKR is now in the lead of this race.
He may have lifted there and just kind of given it back, been like, you know what, that was dirty. That's your position. Here you go. I'll get it back from you later.
That's if he can get it back.
Yeah, that's true. Because CKR has had some pace. He's sticking with him now, though. And you never know without actually being in the car. Maybe the bump caused him to miss that corner. But my first instinct looking at that was just Forsberg went too deep, missed the corner. So.
Let's see here. The blue flag's coming on out. That is for the Francisco Daza, who's in P17 in the Bentley. Oh, he tried to make. Oh no! And there goes Fred into the wall. What was Francisco thinking there?
That
is bad luck.
Really poor awareness on the blue flag car. Now, Forsberg was coming from way back, so it was very risky. If it were me, I wouldn't have taken that chance because you never know with a blue flag car. But the blue flag car's got to know this is a battle for first overall in this race. You're lapped. Even if you have to stop, you get out of the way for that corner. You know what I mean? Like you just get out of the way for that corner. That is, you gotta have better awareness than that.
Watching the replay, it does not appear as though there was contact. The blue flag car did turn in, but it does look as though Forsberg may have been carrying just too much speed to where that curb kicked him out when he tried to dodge the outside car there. That is an unfortunate spat of luck right there for Forsberg.
CKR coming into the pits now. Jeff Spangler into the pits as well. So we're seeing the second round of pit stops here, boys, with 2 hours to go.
You have Wolf and Jaeger's also in the pits. Well, that's good that you had that angle because we didn't actually see it. I just assumed based on the way that the car veered to the left that he had got tagged at the left rear.
No,
So
it doesn't. There was not contact.
There
was no contact. It looks as though. So I'm watching it over again, but the back marker Aston was going to take the racing line, as in my opinion he was entitled to do so. Forsberg, that's real hard to not call it a dive bomb there. May have just been a misjudgment, seeing that CKR got through no problem, that he was expecting the back marker to allow him through as well. But unfortunately caught him as the slower car was trying to get to the apex of that corner. And unfortunately, Forsberg got the short end of the stick of that exchange. No contact there, but just forced him inside enough for the curb to kick him out to the outside of the track there.
Yeah, I mean, I know in this league there's no official rule where you have to give way like that. And he did come from very far back, but just personally as a driver, if I'm the blue flag driver, it's an etiquette thing, you gotta know these guys are racing for first overall, right? You don't get in the way of that race. You just don't do it. And he's entitled to take the racing line, but if you do that, you're getting in the way of that race. And I don't agree, but yeah, technically the blue flag driver did nothing wrong there. It's true.
Yeah, but just unfortunate racing.
Yeah, I mean, and like I said, had I been Forsberg, I wouldn't have tried that. It was definitely very risky.
Both drivers did contribute to that a little bit, resolving the back marker there.
And you could tell that that's exactly what he was thinking. He knew he was far back, and he didn't want to get stuck behind that guy. So he took the risk, but paid the price for it.
52 laps completed here at Spa. Fred Forsberg, he's on his final lap because he'll have to pit here in the next minute or so, I would imagine.
Got to be getting close.
CKR, after coming from 6th all the way to 1st, is out of the car now, and Brown steps into the 22 McLaren down in 5th. So we'll see where Dudek, as the 202 Nissan is now in the pits, comes out, as well as the 17 Ferrari in the pits.
Our race leader, Fred Olsen Forsberg, the last 4 hours, 4-hour race, his teammate really had to do the heavy lifting at Nürburgring. And now here he is, he's in first place, and his pace has been on point pretty much since the beginning.
Even with that rough last lap, he was putting in a 2:21 on a lap with a fairly substantial time loss, with his best of his stint being a 2:18.8, which, as one of the drivers who was just out there not long ago, is blisteringly quick.
Well, even with that incident, when they went into the pits, the timing said he was only 3 seconds back, which is amazing that he only lost like 4 seconds or so,
Considering his car was pointed at the wall at one point, yeah,
Exactly.
No kidding.
Yeah.
But we're definitely getting into the stages of the race where we're going to start seeing little incidents like that happen, where it really wasn't necessarily one person's fault, but we're testing the mental endurance of these drivers, not just their driving skill. And those judgment calls are going to start becoming tougher and tougher for these drivers to make under a high-stress situation this late into the race.
It's true. Fatigue sets in.
And Tanner picking up a 5-second penalty. Let's see what happened here. That was an incident between him, number 946, and number 96. Number 946 for blocking a pass while blue flag. So that Ferrari picking up a 5-second penalty for disrespecting the blue flags, basically.
Ooh, looks like it's actually a 10-second there. They can just only add it in 5-second increments. That's unfortunate. Not what those drivers are hoping to see. I know it's their first endurance race, but that'll be a lesson. Hopefully they only learn one time.
Yeah. Being in the blue flags, whether you're passing or the one getting passed, is definitely a skill you have to learn. It doesn't come naturally, so it's all about maintaining your pace while either getting through traffic or letting through traffic, and it's not easy to do.
No, it's not, and it definitely comes with time in the seat. That's one of the things that a lot of these rookie drivers here, or maybe not rookie drivers, but first-timer endurance racers are going to have to learn soon, is how exactly to pull that off, because it is a delicate balance. And it's not an easy one to learn. It's one you learn from trying to get it right a whole bunch of times and making faster cars real mad at you.
Ben Brown now up into P2 in the McLaren. He's got some pace on him. Looks like Sam Snelltrain in the Lamborghini. He's finding his pace as well. Alan Zoe still needs to come into the pits, though.
Now has Forsberg pitted? Because Forsberg's back out in the front.
He just pulled it into the pits right now, so he's going to be serving that stint timer, taking care of that right now. We'll see if the other driver, Alexis Moisen, is going to go ahead and sit in the seat, or if he's going to go out for another stint.
So then, yeah, that makes sense, because Brown had the lead, which they will retake now on this lap. Or rather, the 22 McLaren had the lead before the pit stop, so now that Forsberg is serving his pit.
It may be close. The number 22 McLaren just finished coming around Puhan. That's quite a lot of track he's going to have to cover. Granted, there is going to be a 30-second stop here while they switch the cars here, but it might be close. I don't know that it's going to be cut and dry. The McLaren is in front at this point.
Let's see here. Ben Brown coming down into Stavat, and is that it's Paul Frere? Stavlo. Wow.
Stavlo and
Stavlo.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's good.
Those French names.
Those French names in a Belgian track.
Exactly. Well, Belgium's kind of French.
Now let's see here. Fred Forsberg, they're still in the pit lane. They're still taking care of business. And here comes Ben Brown. He crosses the line. He still hasn't gotten the pass done quite yet. Well, it looks like Fred Forsberg and the LHF Racing Aston Martin team will lose the lead of this race.
Yeah, and they must be fixing some damage from that earlier incident where they were put out into the wall while passing a blue flag, because it has been more than 30 seconds now, and they are still on the jacks.
That being said, Brown is doing 220s, so even on cold tires, it's got a little bit of pace going. Also, it looks like Snell Train, who initially led this race in the first hour, is back in the car in that 9 Lamborghini. So we'll see what kind of pace he has to make up 8 seconds on the leader.
Well, here comes Alexis Moisan onto the Kimmel Straight. Sam Snell Train, he is actually, he got passed into P2, and he's just coming in to Brussels. Is it Brussels? Yeah. Into Pouan. So quite a bit of a gap difference between those two drivers currently. Nico Dudek.
And I was just going to say the 24 Aston that Forsberg was in has come out 11 seconds behind Snell Train in P3. So about 18 seconds off the lead.
Ben Brown taking a huge lead in this race. I'm not sure what the gap is between him and Ben Brown, but I can't imagine it being too far. 6 seconds, 6.6 seconds to lead for Sam Snell Train.
And that's already a second difference than when that timing first came up. So maybe that was just an adjustment on the timing, but if it's any indication of pace, Snell Train could be catching up to Ben.
Wolf still in the Aston Martin for ZRL Motorsports.
Well, there's a lull in this action. Let's take a look at Tommy Kogan. I feel like we haven't talked about my boy Tommy. They've been running a pretty quiet race. Look at that livery. Oh my God.
And quiet's not necessarily a bad thing when you're talking about trying to keep a car on the track for almost 4 hours. It may actually go over depending on where the checkered flag is waved. But yeah, that is quite the BMW livery. Was racing with his teammate there for a little bit. Neither one of them a slouch, but Tommy Kogan making his charge up the back sector of this track in that BMW.
It does say that they're 2 laps down, so I'm not sure if that's on pace or if they've had an incident. I'm going to guess that there was an incident somewhere.
There must have been, and with any of these drivers where it's uncharacteristic how they're looking on the leaderboard, it's almost always, Spa is just, there's a lot of places for this race to go very wrong in a short amount of time, and really driver skill is certainly a part of the equation. I'm not going to deny that, but luck certainly plays into it here when you're talking about one of the most difficult tracks in the game, in my opinion, and trying to pull it off consistently for 4 hours. There's some luck there too.
They are in a BMW. That might have something to do with their pace.
That may have something to do with their pace, but the BMW, very quick in a straight line. Very quick in a straight line. So whatever they're losing in the corners, they're definitely going to be making up in the Camel Straight. and the latter sector of the track, but gotta agree with you there. An interesting choice to be sure. But I also see a Porsche out on the track, so I don't know. Maybe the BMW isn't the most crazy decision.
And that BMW happens to be the BMW of the Honey Badgers. Louis Grescher in the car in that beautiful waffle livery. It's getting me hungry. Just looking at it.
I mean, the Porsche, but yeah. That is a good livery. I'm on the whole keto thing, though, so it's bad for me. Can't do it.
You're on the keto.
Yeah.
How's
No
that
carbs,
going?
man. Carbs are evil.
Carbs are evil.
I'm gonna keep eating my pizza. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes when my wife and kid get pizza, I just pull the cheese and pepperoni off of it and throw the actual pizza away.
There you go.
Do you not?
You know, Papa Murphy's does do a keto-friendly pan where you can get all the toppings and everything without the sauce and dough.
Interesting. I don't know if
Very
I don't
good.
think that they have I don't think they have Papa Murphy's in San Diego.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say,
know.
do you have
I
a
haven't seen
Blaze
it.
pizza?
Nah,
Yeah,
I don't
see,
even know what that is.
Blaze Pizza, they have a keto crust and a cauliflower crust.
Yeah, I've had cauliflower crust pizza. It's okay. It's definitely different. I mean, going keto, you learn to get a taste for cauliflower because it's used in a lot of things to like sort of substitute for, rice or bread, stuff like that. But it's also kind of weird, and I don't really miss pizza that much that I'm just like, oh, I've got to have this cauliflower pizza. I'll just eat something else. So
Yeah, I definitely hear you there.
but yeah, man, carbs are evil. I've lost a lot of weight.
Good for you.
But anyways, enough about me. Let's get back to the racing. As it looks like DeRoche in P13 is right up the bumper of Eiston in his 328 Lambo.
That's good.
So
Get an eye on that action here.
livery too. I like the look of that. Good color scheme. Little touch of pink.
Ooh, and he's going for the overtake on the Eiston, but Eiston's going to fight back, and now they're going to go into the wall. This is a major accident on the Kimmel Straight. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Well, that is a big mistake out of, I'm not sure which driver, but somebody got tagged on the inside, and you just can't save that from happening.
Yeah,
That is an unfortunate mistake out of two drivers who have been pretty prevalently strong drivers in our GT3 league on Saturday nights.
DeRoche, to me, looked like he had a little, he had good overspeed, ready to set up that overtake, but he caught it at the kink in the Kimmel Straight and just put his car in the wrong spot there. At that point, you kind of got your overspeed at the kind of the worst moment for the straight. You just have to lift a little bit. You can't dive it up the inside like that and hope that Ice 10 doesn't take the racing line, because Ice 10 took the racing line, and I got to think personally that's 100% on DeRoche, but I am assuming we're going to see a report on that at some point, and we will find out what the stewards think.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and I'll take a... Oh, no, and Ice 10's damage is looking like it is fairly significant as he loses the back end on the exit of Puhan. He is going to be in a world of frustration right now as he's now trying to struggle to get back on the track with traffic speeding past him. And those are just positions lost. Unfortunate mistake.
Yeah.
But let's hope that he can get it back to the pits and get that fixed up incident free. Get him back out on the track and racing.
I mean, they spun off. Oh, and there he's going to go around again. Oh, he catches it. Good job. But they spun off at full speed. I mean, they were full tilt on the Kimmel Straight. So if he made contact with the barriers, which I believe he did, that is going to be significant damage.
And not even that, you're going to have flat spots and graining just from the spin in and of itself. And the Ferrari is especially the 2020 Evo, is very twitchy on the back end. It does not like to go in a straight line under acceleration. And having damaged aero, which it almost certainly is, and spun tires, he's not going to be having a fun time.
You can say the wing is damaged already. At the very least, but I'm pretty sure he's got some right rear quarter panel damage as well.
He has to be careful as traffic is trying to get by Easton here, as he
It's
just
good of him.
trying to
Stay
just shrug this back into the pit lane. Finally gets it there. It'll be quite interesting to see what happens with that.
Yeah, that's just very unfortunate from De Roche. He should have lifted a little bit. It sucks to have to lift right there because you're trying to make the pass at the end of the straight, but you had the speed at the wrong spot, and you can't be on the inside like that. And Easton's never going to see him right there. He's just never going to think that he's going to go up his inside through that kink. So.
Well, Sam Snell Train has now caught up. It is now the gap is 4.6 seconds here to the lead of Ben Brown in that McLaren. Guys,
What a great race.
Yeah,
We've had the 22 McLaren in the lead. We've had the 9 Lambo. We've had the 24 Aston. They just keep swapping the lead back and forth over the first 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, watching that incident again between Des Roches and Easton there, it is going to be very difficult for a case to be made that Des Roches does not collect a penalty there. Unfortunate.
Thompson, you were right about Snell Train. That is coming down. It's now 3.5.
Yeah, 3.5 seconds and counting. We're going to have one more person be joining us here very shortly.
I'm about to go get some lunch, so they
Perfect.
can take my spot.
Yeah, as somebody who's driven with Snell Train and constantly trying to chase that rear bumper, if ever I get to see it, it is not surprising to see that he is charging up this field and taking no prisoners while he is doing so. Very, very talented driver.
Ben Brown, no slouch. He just put in a 220.4. Let's see what kind of lap time Snell Train's doing.
And joining us now in the commentary booth is going to be Adam D., one of the drivers here today. Hello, Adam.
Schoolboy error, left himself on mute. Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello. Welcome on in as we're riding with currently Ben Brown in P1. Sam Snell Train currently catching him in that Lamborghini. That Lamborghini's fast today, guys.
Unsurprising, but that Lamborghini is also a very tricky car to try and keep under control. But as you can see, in the hands of a driver that can wrangle that bull very, very quick, especially at a track as challenging as Spa, where that middle engine car can really just throw itself around these corners like there's nothing there.
There are a few tracks where the Lambo is sneakily quick. I wouldn't have expected Spa to be one of them, but maybe it is.
And just so you know, Adam, if you would like to see what we're seeing, you can look at my Discord screen. I'm screen sharing this with everybody, so looking at Nico Dudek, he's been out in the car for quite a long time, I feel like. Am I going
Also,
crazy?
we're looking at Wolf just completely cut radio.
Dudek, I think, stopped about the same time as Weed. If I remember rightly, he's in the Nissan. So, yeah, he was coming on strong in the second part of his stint. So I'm partnered with D-Stack, who's up there in 6th at the minute in the Aston, and Derek really struggled with tyres in the second half of his stint. Whereas the Nissan was behind us and started to really come on strong. So either the driver or the car was holding on to its tyres a hell of a lot better than we were.
Well,
Dudek has had a pretty strong race. We watched him for a while. He was stuck behind Alan Zhu for a number of laps, but as soon as he got by Alan, he was just gone. and then he ended up chasing down a couple more positions. So.
Yeah, Alan seemed to be struggling towards the end of his stint as well, because I think I was catching him at about a second and a half a lap. Unfortunately, I just ran out of stint time to be able to get right on the back of him and make a challenge. But I tell you what, I did have some entertainment getting through some of the back markers.
And looking at like you said, you guys are in P6 right now. How has been the race so far for you guys, and considering you're in the top 10?
Yeah, well, Derek's our quick driver. I'm our slow driver, and he's doing a great job. Qualifying was so ridiculously close. I mean, for us to be a 10th off of pole and to end up 5th on the grid was just nuts. But Derek had the pace to stick it on pole with if he had found a super clean lap. And now he's just punching away the times, and the car feels really good. But Derek is getting through the tyres pretty quickly. I seem to hold on to them a little bit more than him. So probably my stint was more consistent overall, but just a hell of a lot slower than his.
Well, it sounds like he's getting that lap time by working the tires harder, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, with me though, it's not a case of I'm choosing to be easier on my tires. I'm just not as quick as him. So I wish I was, but no, Derek's doing a great job, and touch wood, we haven't had any problems yet. I know I've probably just gone and said famous last words, but hopefully not. The Aston's pretty sweet. It's nice and consistent and predictable, and that's exactly what we need for this kind of race.
Absolutely, and coming, I was driving in one of the Ferraris earlier. Man, it really likes to go quick, but it's not always the happiest about it. And having driven the Aston as well, one of my friends in a sister car was asking, how in the hell is that Aston so quick? I can just never feel like that thing is really ever fast anywhere. But it's just that predictability and the stability of that Aston Martin, that you can count on it to do what you're asking it to do right when you ask it to do it, and you don't get any drama in the process. And at a 4-hour race, you're exactly right. That predictability is exactly what you're hoping for from a car. So you're not, stressing about, is the car going to be happy when I ask it to turn? It just does it.
Yeah, and I think also it helps that when the tyres do start to go on the Aston, it tends to be the fronts more than the rears. And I think whenever you get a car that understeers, it may not be quick, but it's still predictable. It's when you start to get snappy oversteer that a car becomes that bit more unpredictable and unsafe. So, I think as we have yet another back marker problem by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Looks like you got around it, but
yeah, I had one. I came up against two guys who were battling for 17th, yeah, they did not see me coming at all.
You just going, see me, please see me, please.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen a couple of those already.
Watching some back marker drama in the probably 5 or so laps ago. Unfortunately, there was an incident with the driver in P2 and a back marker that caused some damage. So.
And I think P1 at the moment, is that Ben Brown?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised about that, because I think what I noticed is that a lot of teams have got a situation where they've got a really super quick alien for stints 1 and 3, and then they've got a non-alien for stints 3 and 4. So a lot of us had similar pace in stint 2 and 4. So a lot of us had similar pace in stint 2 as the non-quick drivers, but Ben and Christian, they're both from the same racing community over in the UK as me, and those guys are just ridiculously quick. They're both alien pace, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I didn't see much of Brown's first stint, but I noticed Christian's because he came out of the pits in like 6th and just charged all the way to the front. So
Yeah, I happened to be in the practice server earlier on today, and forgive me, different time zone. So it was this afternoon for me, and Christian, crew chief, was telling me that Christian was going around and doing 16.2. That he was obviously doing a quali run, but
right.
Even at that, that is unbelievably quick.
Yeah. My eyes watered at that point as I crossed the line with my 21.5.
Yep.
Looking on with Axel Johansson in that Euro Yeet car. They're sitting in P7 right now. They're trying to maybe get up to your teammate there, Adam. What's it been like racing these guys today? I know you've had a couple of battles with them throughout the race.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, the battles with cars for position have been super clean so far from our perspective. Anyway, I don't know, if it has been all the way through the field, but for us, it's been absolutely fine. There was some battles for Derek right at the beginning, and there was good, respectful racing room left on both sides, which is exactly what you want. And I experienced the same. So I got past one of the Mercedes early in my stint, and it was lovely and clean. So yeah, it's been good so far, and this is my first time racing with you guys. So I've jumped in last minute to fill in for Johnny Ashley, who would normally be in the car with D-Stack, but he's moving house this weekend, so it's a good first experience for me.
Outstanding. That's definitely what I like to hear, especially somebody who I do less league racing and more just kind of filling in on the endurance races. And personally, I enjoy the endurance races quite a bit more. And to hear that the first experience with the new league, especially in something that can sometimes be as dicey as a 4-hour race, was a good one. It's definitely good feedback to hear.
Yeah, and actually my only other experience, I've only done one endurance before, and that was a 2.4-hour event, and that was not quite so clean.
Well,
so
welcome.
It's
good to have you, and hope to see you in future events as well.
Absolutely, and it would be good for as many of you guys to come and join us at times as well. So we're Onid Racing, and Derek is our resident American, and he's in the process of setting up a load of social events on North American time zones as well on Sim Racing GP. So we're trying to expand our offerings for the American side of the pond as well as the UK. So it would be great to see some of you guys with us.
Oh, thank you for saying that, because that reminds me of one of our partners here at Apollo Racing Club. That's gridfinder.com. They've released a new website. Start your sim racing career today at gridfinder.com. Have you guys checked out the new Gridfinder website? It is absolutely gorgeous. Huge shout out to those guys, and they've helped our league go up to over 500 members now here at Apollo Racing Club.
Well, let's stay on that lead.
Yeah.
Because it looks like Snell Train is within a half second now. He's really brought down that gap. Like I said, though, in my experience, the toe is not as strong in this game, so it's all about getting a good exit. And we'll see if he can make up any inroads here on that deficit.
Well, you can just hear the engine roar as we're now riding on board with Snell Train, who is just trying to just somewhat close that gap as they go into Lacombe now. And he is there. He is sensing the back bumper of Ben Brown. Snell Train. He is having a great race here But here comes the question, and this is something I have said since the beginning of the stream. The first 3.5 hours is nothing but the setup. If Sam Snell Train gets out for the final 30 minutes, what happens?
Well, there's still an hour and 30 left, but he would not. So he would not be out for the final 30, right?
No, he would not be. As of right now, he would be.
Right.
He would not be in the card. Neither would Ben Brown or Alexis Moison.
He looked to the outside there, went a little deep. He does seem to be picking up a lot of time under brake. It seems like he's actually getting held up, to be honest. So I would expect him to be able to make this pass at some point. But that's a good question, because Ben is very fast, but Snell Train has definitely seemed faster on pace in both the first stint and now this stint. But as we saw before, when Christian got in the car, CKR, he was plowing through the field. So I think if you're Ben, you try to hold up Snell Train as much as you can, because you've got such a big gap that you don't really feel like you need to worry about P3. And then just try to hold on once the pass eventually happens, so that when CKR gets in the car, he doesn't have as much of a gap to try to fight back.
Yeah, it is really going to be a game of chess between these two cars, because it does seem as though Brown is just quick enough to where Snell Train's not going to have an easy time passing him, and it really does come down to where Snell Train is faster than Ben here in the McLaren, because depending on where he's quicker, Snell Train may not actually even be able to get around him. Definitely not a question of skill, just timing at this point, and whether or not Snell Train can line up a pass and when he's going to choose to do it. As we go through sectors 2 and 3 is probably where it's going to need to happen, because those two cars are very equally matched as far as straight line speed goes.
And I think you're seeing it. I mean, I think you're seeing the car difference, and possibly the driver difference. But the one thing about the McLaren is it's extremely good through medium high speed corners. So what I'm seeing when I look at this excellent view that you don't get in real life is the Lambo is much better on the brake than the McLaren. But Brown is able to pull that gap back in sector 3, sector 2, sector 3, where you've got those medium high speed corners. So by the time you get back to sector 1, then he's got enough of a gap that he can just stay ahead of him at the end of the Kimmel Straight. And then
but they are real close now.
They are.
Oof.
So this is important for him to be able to keep this all
think
the
we're
way
going to see some
down to
action.
the bus stop. Yeah.
Yep, that's where we're going to see it, because he is definitely within striking distance here.
But now,
that Lambo.
Hold on 1 second, though. We're having a race here between the Nissan and the Aston Martin.
Oh, no! Contact between Snell Train and Brown at the bus stop chicane. Brown is spun around, and it looks like Snell Train is going to be able to walk it away.
Is he going to give him the position, though? Where did the contact come from?
Right at the entry of the corner, and it does look like Snell Train's going to give it back.
Yeah, so Snell Train, like I said, that Lambo, good on its brakes, probably went for the dive bomb, I'm guessing, on the inside, and just didn't quite get there and hit Brown, I'm guessing.
I wouldn't call it a dive bomb so much as a disagreement on pace there. I don't think it was his intention to try to blow up the inside. I just think that the two of them carried different amounts of speed through there, and Snell Train tapped the back left of the McLaren there, and the McLaren couldn't do anything about it but spin.
Yeah,
but
so
Snell Train making the gentleman move, so.
Yeah, I don't mean that he probably came from too far back. I guess I shouldn't say dive bomb. He's just looked to the inside to go up the inside, and
didn't quite work out.
Knowing that he had the brake advantage, and yeah, he just didn't work out, I'm guessing.
Yep, that is what was going on.
Very interesting. Well, it will be very interesting now that Moison
was 20 seconds back of P2. Now he's only 5. And if Brown and Snell Train have any damage that hampers their top end speed, this could get very interesting with P3 coming back in the mix.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Alexis Moisen, very talented driver as well. I think he's currently our series leader in the GT3 season. I'm going to go double check that before I commit to it too much. But we saw quite the showing out of him at Silverstone last Saturday with difficult challenges and actually quite a lot of competition. Didn't have any trouble making his way to first place. But it'll be very interesting to see what happens if Ben Brown and Sam Snelltrain are holding each other up enough to where they eventually see another Aston Martin join the mix.
Looks like Snelltrain could be thinking about a move again here.
We'll see if he makes the same mistake as last lap.
He's pretty close.
Well, the Delta is actually closer, and he is going to look up the inside. Is he going to back off going into it? Yeah, he is. He's not going to do the same thing 2 laps in a row, and he might have another opportunity to pass somewhere during this lap. But
hit the curb, got a little unsettled there. It's going to give Brown a little bit of space, another 10th. But again, look at how much better he is on the brakes. He gains that all back.
Alexis Moison coming into the picture here shortly, but in about 20 minutes, guys, we're going to start seeing pit stops happen again. What is going to happen? That's all I'm going through my head right now as I'm thinking about this. If Jeff, what is it, Slanger, and then CDR, and then Fred. I mean, we might have a shootout for the win here.
Spangler
well, and from start to finish almost, too. I mean, we're going to have these 3 cars. If they all pit at relatively the same time, we're going to have the pole competitors here all fighting for each other for almost 2 hours straight if it keeps going the way that it's going.
Well, it's been an intense... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, from my point of view, watching that last stint, the 22 McLaren was the fastest car on that stint with CKR in the driver's seat.
Correct.
On this stint, Snelltrain is the fastest driver. And we know that Moison was, I think, well, that's not true. Fred did pretty good in the car, but we think that Moison's slightly faster than Fred, maybe, than Forsberg. So if Moison wants a shot at this, he's got to really make up the ground now. And if I'm the McLaren, if it's not too much damage, I fix it. Knowing how fast CKR had been. Was this Johansson going for a move on Wolf?
Nope, Johansson.
Lap traffic.
That was just lap traffic, but we're back on the leaders right now with Ben Brown and Sam Snelltrain heading into the bus stop chicane. And these two have just been driving quite well and quite professional, honestly, all day.
Oh, yeah.
Very confident.
They're great drivers. Yeah, they're great drivers. It's they're the way that they've been. I mean, a little incident there at the bus stop, but they did the right thing, gave the position back. But what I was going to say was just that if you're the Lambo, though, knowing that Spangler was slower than Christian, if you have damage, you don't fix it. You just have to take that loss. Because any extra time spent in the pits, you're going to lose out on that potential first place. They're just too good of a drivers to count on them making mistakes. You got to gain on. You got to make sure you take every advantage in the pits. And when you pit, if you're pitting and you've got 10 seconds of damage, there's no way you want to give that gap for that last stint, especially to the guy who, CKR, who was driving that 22 McLaren. So this will be really interesting to see in the pits who fixes damage, who doesn't, and sort of where they all filter out. Great defense so far, though, from Brown.
Great defense indeed, and making it look like he's really not having to try that hard to keep the Lamborghini behind him. And that, I think, really does just kind of fall into the he is just fast enough to where Snell Train is not able to make an easy pass. And as you were talking about, I think it's very likely that we're going to see when the drivers swap, the faster drivers sit in the McLaren and be able to tear away from whoever gets back in that Lamborghini. And I'll look at who the co-driver is for the Lamborghini team. But if they have two Snell Trains, I believe they were in first place the whole race.
Ooh, he got a bad exit, though, coming out of Paul Frere, and I think Snell Train's pretty close.
They're going to be side by side going around that bend right there. Snell Train giving just a little bit of space, but oh, they're going to be real close together. He was going to run wide and make his way back over onto the track. The McLaren dodges him. What's going to happen going to the bus stop chicane? They're going to try and do it too wide. Snell Train's going to get the inside, but Brown is going to get the better exit. It looks like they made a little bit of contact there, pushing Snell Train out there wide. But they managed to do it without killing each other this time. And Brown is going to just barely hang on to that lead for first place.
That is just great defense. It is not easy to do, holding the outside right there. But if you know, with the chicane, right, you're at a loss initially. But if you can hang it around the outside and maintain that momentum, that you'll have the inside for the second part of the chicane. It's exactly what he does right there. Makes himself look big on the second part of the chicane, and Snell Train can't turn in, and Brown keeps the position. Very smart.
And that's just smart racing there. Driving to the McLaren's strengths for sure. Having that incredible aero package. I think the only one that beats it out is the Audi. And it is just able to stay right in front of that car. But something that both of these drivers are going to be thinking about pretty soon. Sure enough, our third place car in the Aston Martin, Alexis Moisen, is about to join the fight for first place. This is about to get a lot more interesting if he's able to keep his pace. And Brown looks like he has a little bit of a disagreement with his traction control there and pushes it out wide on the exit of that corner, but it doesn't look like either of the two cars trailing him are going to be able to capitalize on that. But this is certainly going to be interesting as these cars are getting ready to come into the third sector here. We're going to see if the Aston Martin is able to continue to reel him in, which right now, Alexis Moisen just a second and a half behind Sam Seltrain in that Lamborghini.
And Moisen, if you're in P3 right now, you are just absolutely loving every minute of Brown and Snell Train going at it here. Every time Snell Train is right in the mirror of Brown, that just means seconds lost, or perhaps not seconds, but time lost for both of those cars, allowing Moisen, who was 5 seconds, well, first he was 20 seconds back, then the incident was 5 seconds back, now he's within a second of P2.
And I'd like to point out that Alexis Moisen actually started that far back, originally being, I think, the first or second place car, but the team chose to replace or to fix damage there. That's right, Fred Osberg, his co-driver today. And that's with fixed damage, and it looks like Moisen has been able to keep it on the tarmac, has not picked up any more damage, so when it comes for time for driver swap, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens come time for the final leg of this race, because I think we're going to have a pretty quick driver in that Aston Martin. Might be fighting for first place here, because Alexis Moisen has done a fantastic job of making up the time from repairing that damage, and has put his teammate in a fantastic position to finish this race out.
Ben Brown, 70 laps completed here at Spa. Sam Snell Train and Alexis Moisen. This is just an absolute battle. This is what I have been hoping to see for a long time. 3 cars competing for the win here with an hour and 12 minutes to go. But we can't count out Nico Dudek in the Nissan or Axel Johansson, because the top 5, you got to remember, in qualifying, we're literally just we're just a tenth off each other in qualifying. So the pace is there for all 3 of these guys, or all 5 of those guys, to be really competing here with just right over an hour to go.
And anything can happen. I mean, as we've already seen, there's contact between the leaders. So when you get another car into the mix, that just makes it even more dangerous for potential incidents. So, who knows what could happen? It could bring 4th and 5th back into this mix.
Certainly could, and it all comes down to pit stops. I mean, if we get perfect pit stops out of all three of these drivers, then fantastic. We're going to see them leave at the same time too. But anything can happen. You could overshoot your window. You could get the much feared double lift. But we're definitely hoping. Ooh, with Snell Train running very wide on the exit of that corner, was able to get it back onto the track.
That was a bit of follow the leader as Brown went a little wide, and then you go, oh shit, I'm going a little wider.
Yep. and it's tough to do that, and usually you know it while it's happening. There's just not a lot you can do. It's tough not to follow lines sometimes, and actually it's oftentimes works into my favor of being a very middle of the range driver here. Sometimes I qualify well and get stuck behind the big boys, and it definitely helps the pace knowing where those faster lines are. But yeah, it can turn into just as much of a curse playing follow the leader, following each other off of the track. Fortunately, both of those cars were able to do it at a part of the track where it's not too punishing, and we're going to continue to see this battle going on with Ben Brown having more space to Snell Train than Snell Train has to Alexis Moisen. And at this point, I think Ben Brown might have the best out of this exchange, because now he's got Snell Train worrying about Moisen instead of worrying about passing him. It will be very interesting to see what happens at the end of this Camel Straight, because it looks like Moisen got the run on Snell Train, but we'll see if he's able to make it stick by the end of the straight. They're side by side going into that corner, too wide through there. Neck and neck, neither one of them has the better, and it looks like the Aston Martin actually is going to elect to choose to fall back there behind there and try to pass later rather than forcing an incident and potentially picking up some race-ending damage. With the race being this close, that's the kind of judgment call you need to be making in that position.
Well, here's my perspective on this situation. Is unless Moisen thinks he can just run away, I would not attack Snell Train, me personally, because Snell Train is not losing ground. So if you start attacking Snell Train and you don't think you're going to be able, it's going to be a fight, you don't think you'll just be able to run away, you're just going to lose time to the leader. And this is with 1 hour left in this race. You don't want to be giving the leader any extra time on you if you're going for the win. I mean, if you're just happy with P2, fine. But I think you're this close. You want to go for the win. So work together with Snell Train. Stay close to the leader, and hope the leader makes a mistake, or helps Snell Train pass the leader, and then just follow Snell Train through. You know?
Yeah.
Any other?
No, and that's the kind of. Go ahead.
No, go finish your point there.
Oh, I was gonna say that's the level of racing we're talking about with these three drivers. It's not a determination of how do I go quicker around each corner. It's how do I race these drivers. You're not fighting the track at this point. You're fighting each other. It is a delicate balance between not only being a quick driver, but being the smarter driver as you're trying to get around two other drivers who are equally as talented and quick as you are. And all of a sudden, it's not a matter of how fast. It's who's smarter and who knows when to attack at the right time.
Absolutely. And if you're our Moisen, you're actually in the best position of these
Agreed.
three cars, because you can, as long as you can stay with them comfortably, you can save your tires, you can save your fuel. So by the end of the stint and by the end of the race, your car has better tires than the two in front of you, so that you actually have the grip to be able to make those moves. Right now, Snell Train being stuck behind the car in the lead and getting attacked, he's going to be eating up his tires, especially since we've seen that his advantage has been on the brakes, which is really going to eat up his tires. So he's got to get this move done sooner than Moisen does, you know, in order to be in the best position for the win at the end.
That's something that can't be understated. We've been watching this so long that it does look like these are three equally paced drivers, and maybe they are at this stage of the race, depending on tire wear and just where the car is at. But Snell Train and Alexis Moisen made some pretty incredible charges up the field in order to catch this to Ben Brown in the McLaren here, and it does seem as though they're now just kind of stuck there. And I think you're exactly on the mark, where I think Alexis Moisen's in the best position here, because he can just watch those two battle it out. And while I'm certainly not hoping to see any drama, if I'm Alexis Moisen, I'm hoping that something happens with those two cars in front of me to where I don't have to worry about battling them and just let them take each other out.
And sorry, Thompson, I was gonna step away, but then this just got so spicy. I can't go away.
Hey, it doesn't make any difference to me. I'm just glad you're here. You're doing a great job.
I probably will step away though after the round of pit stops. I'm curious about where they all filter out.
Well, here we go. It's a 3-car battle for the lead, guys, with 6 minutes to go here before the top of the hour. Well, before the final hour starts.
And it is going to be a nail biter to the end of that hour. I really do think so. It's going to come down to where these stint timers are going to end. And I wish I could say I could see where they were at, but that is not the case right now. And it's going to come down to who pits first, who pits better, and where they come out on the field. Because there's also the chance that they come out into traffic, and they may not come out into the same traffic. And then all of a sudden, they're going to have to be fighting to catch up to each other again.
And I'm trying to see if there's any other really racing happening, and it doesn't look like it according to the timetables. But looking at Ben, but this battle for the lead is it's getting hot and it's getting heavy.
And it's certainly not over yet, especially as we come to the end of these stints. It's I really wish I could see where their timers were, because that is going to be a massive determination in how this battle unfolds. Because if one of them has to pit, 5 minutes before the other, or if one of them can keep running 15 minutes longer than the other and get their quick driver back in the seat for just the final 45 minutes of the race, that's going to change how these drivers are able to run the race. If you have a short stint at the end of the race, you're running a lower fuel load, and you can basically treat it like a second qualifying session because you're not worried about the longevity of your tires or having to keep the car running for nearly as long. You can get out there and be aggressive and push. And ask the car to do everything that it's going to do. Whereas if you are somebody who needs to pit in the next 4 minutes, you have a very different situation that you're going to have to deal with, because instead of having 30 minutes and a light fuel load, you've got an hour and a full tank. And those two races are very different from one another. And it's I want to see one of these cars go into the pits. I'd love to see two of them do it at the same time.
Well, now
big development here.
Big development. Sam Snelltrain has picked up a 5-second penalty. And this was...
Is it the contact? I mean, he let him back through. I don't feel like you should have a penalty for that.
Did he cut the track?
What was I don't see it in... I'm looking through the live reports, but I don't see an explanation for that, because you would not have gotten a 5-second penalty. Had to have been handed out by one of the stewards. The game doesn't hand out 5-second penalties on its own. Very, very interesting what's going on there, but I think I have to agree with our other co-host here that the position was given back very much at the expense of Snelltrain. Very, very interesting. I'll be watching the reports to see what the determination for that was. But that does change up this race for first quite a bit.
And I will message one of the moderators and figure out why did Snelltrain get a 5-second penalty? But also, Axel Johansson got a 10-second penalty, which I don't... Was that them as well? 137?
And it's the two cars in 5th and 6th place. It would be Wolf and the Aston Martin.
All right, here we go.
If it's the same as it is now with that 10-second penalty, Wolf would only be 7 seconds back, so that could be a potential position change.
Incident between car 22 and 9. The number 9 car was assessed a 5-second penalty, but I guess I didn't.
Yeah, that's what we were. That was the bus stop incident.
Yeah,
that's what
really don't think
they must have. They must have had somebody
they
watching.
Gave him, yep, they gave it to Snelltrain, the 5-second penalty for the incident at bus stop.
Well, here we go. Look at these guys go and just follow the leader through Blanchimont. Did you guys just see that? That was insane.
Yeah, that was very close. And
no, there's a bump.
no.
There's contact from the Lamborghini of Snell Train. That might pick him up another 5-second penalty.
Oh, no.
And Ben Brown has gone out of the lead here late with an hour.
Into the pits.
Yeah, he has to pit. He's got to pit.
Well, you're just going to pit anyways because you're right there, and you're close to the pit window for your car. You just go right in.
And he
You
may
don't
have been
waste any time.
Yeah, and he may have been intending to pit there anyways, and that just may have caused a disagreement of pace between Snell Train and Ben Brown there in the McLaren. But I know for a fact that the stewards have already handed out a penalty for a similar incident earlier in the race. Snell Train may not get the lenience there
these
that
guys
he's maybe hoping for.
Look at these guys going
too
wheel
wide
to
at the end of
wheel.
the Camel Straight.
Woo!
I don't think I've ever seen an Aston Martin keep up with a Lamborghini like this. This is incredible.
Alexis Moisson wants this victory as Sam Snell Train takes the lead here at Spa. But now he has a 5-second penalty. Will he get another penalty? I bet that's under investigation.
Well,
I would be amazed
I
if
was
it's
going
not.
to plead his case in chat, but I can't do that any longer.
Aston Martin up the inside there. And he's holding on to it. He's edging out just a little bit. Sam Snell Train has to run a little bit wide as they come into the next corner. Snell Train's going to have the better line on the inside, but is Alexis Boyson going to be able to hold on to it on the outside? And it looks like he is. He's hanging onto the pace. He's got the inside here, and he gets a little bit of contact from Snell Train on the front of the car. The Aston Martin has to back off, and the Lamborghini is going to hang on to it. Now let's see how Alexis Moyson answers that question. Is he going to give it back? Oh, it's going to be really close. He's definitely charging up like he's going to try and go for it here. But I just don't think that he's close enough to be able to pull it off, at least not until the bus stop. But it looks like that Aston Martin has the legs, and it's slowly reeling him in as he gets the draft off of the Lamborghini there. And he is right in the rearview mirror of that Lamborghini, not giving him even a second to think about trying to get away from this unscathed. The Aston Martin's backing off a little bit going into the bus stop. It looks like he's not going to try and make a move on the entry of the chicane. Maybe on the exit he gets the better line. No, he's going to make his way into the pit stops. And now we are going to see how this unfolds when the next driver of that Aston Martin makes his way out.
It says that Moisan has a drive-through penalty.
He does indeed.
What?
He must have
Could
got
it have been track limits?
track limits for sure.
Oh no!
Was it track limits because of the contact?
It had to have been.
Let's see what
Where did
happened.
he pick it up? Let me go. I'll go look at the replay and see where he picked it up.
Because if that's the case, surely we need the stewards to clear that. But if he's got a drive-through and he just pitted, it's not going to let him stop.
No, it won't.
So he's already serving the drive-through.
Oh, that is real unfortunate.
Let's see what happens here as he comes into the second part of the pit lane. Under an hour to go here. Yellow flag's out somewhere. See what's going on here. CKR is in the car now in the McLaren. He is a potential winner here at Spa.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him, but we saw how much he charged through the field the first time.
All right, here we go. Alexis Moisson's going to have his work cut out as well. He was able to keep the distance between him and P4 and P3, I think.
Oof.
So
the update on the drive-through penalty for Moisen. It was not caused by the contact. He did run wide on the exit of one corner quite a bit, and it looks like that may have been his final warning there. And just horrendously unfortunate timing for him to get that penalty right as he's going into the pits.
So he served the drive-through, though. He did not pit.
yeah, he did serve the drive-through. He did not make a stops, and he was able to keep the pace and keep the time gap between himself and P3. So, and it's Axel Johansson who's still in the car, who currently has a 10-second penalty. And if I actually think and go in the back of my memory chamber of this really long race so far, Axel Johansson's on the same strategy as Alexis Moison, aren't they?
I believe so. So
that just is, and I think, and obviously Snell Train is going to pit here soon, have to serve that 5-second penalty. That can only benefit Alexis Moisan, in the sense that I don't think they lost much out of that. I don't think they really.
No, I don't
lose
think
much.
that they did.
You still, a drive-through is still going to be like a minute. He's going to be down. Like even just driving through, it's because this is a very long pit lane. So it's probably a good minute that he lost with the extra stop.
At least positionally. But the question is, and I don't know the answer to this, because I know sometimes simply driving through the pits will reset the stint timer. And the question is, does he have enough fuel to be able to just kind of keep going and set himself up to where his teammate Fred Fosberg can do what I was talking about earlier and just have a short little 45 or 30-minute stint and just rip through the track like it's quali.
Obviously, Fred is on the comms with him, kind of telling him what to do for do step by step here, because this is Alexis Moisan's first ever endurance race. So Fred and Fred is somebody who's very knowledgeable about this game and knows how to keep track of fuel and how to fuel save and do all this. I bet that's what they're going to do. Alexis Moisan kind of, maybe that drive, when he got that drive through and then, just goes into the pits and serves it right away. Maybe it's a godsend, because now it's putting Snell Train kind of under pressure here because his teammate does not have the pace like Alexis or Fred does. So
but something both of those drivers are going to have to think about, though, is CKR, Christian, in that McLaren, is the faster driver out of the two that are driving that McLaren. Is he going to be able to capitalize now that he has an hour uninterrupted to just be the faster car on the track, as Snell Train is choosing to go into the pits right now as we speak?
Really depends on how much damage they took, because Snell Train's gonna have another penalty coming.
Yeah.
As I was clarified that regardless of whether or not he gave the position back, they still determined that to be a penalty. So he will have 2 penalties of at least another 5 seconds, so 10 total. Or perhaps if they think that last one was worth the 10-second penalty, it'll be 15 seconds total.
Well, Snell Train's into the pits now.
Okay, so we'll see. But I mean, that if they give him another 10 seconds, that'll just be added to his time at the end of the race, right? So
yeah, this will be the final pit stop. So this is it. This is the last stop for this Lambo.
So we'll see. It all depends on how much damage they had to repair in that McLaren. If it was less than 15 seconds, they're going to come out in front. I almost guarantee it. But because I mean, they didn't lose too much time. They were already right. That incident took like right in front of the pits, and he just peeled right in. So I gotta think that unless they repaired for 30, 40 seconds, that they're going to be pretty close to this Lambo when they come out of when the Lambo comes out of the pits.
Well, here
it could set them up to be fighting for the win.
Alexis Moisan has now passed the leader. So Sam Snell Train has now been passed on track, on position, has that 5-second penalty. He's still in the pits. Are we keeping track of his time?
Yeah, I have been. Right now, he is at the... oh, come on, camera, get back over there. He is at the 45-second mark. So he's serving that penalty for sure, but he's also got to be repairing some damage. He just came down off of the jacks. That was like about 52 seconds.
Yes,
some substantial damage to repair. As we watched Christian in the number 22 McLaren just made his way past Snell Train as well.
Yep, and Axel Johansson makes his way past. He still has to pit, though. Snell Train, he's staying out. Or no, it is Jeff Spangler.
Yeah, it hasn't updated. So yeah, the McLaren is in front of the Lambo because they chose to repair that damage.
Mm-hmm.
So the net leader of this race is the 22 McLaren.
Yeah.
It does look like that's how it's going to shake out unless something else happens.
but it'll be interesting. I definitely want to keep my eye on that number 24 Aston Martin, because it's going to be very interesting to see what their decision is as to when they come into pit, or what they do. They may actually even be in a position where if it did refresh the stint timer, serving the penalties there, if he has been fuel saving because he knew he was stuck behind slower traffic, or he's been doing, anything as far as economy goes, he may be able to hang on to this for a pretty long time. And if he's quick enough, he might be able to give his teammate, enough of a gap to second place, that they might be in an all-right position to potentially finish in the top 3. But it'll be very interesting to see how that shakes out, because right now we have no way of knowing what that stint timer looks like. But he's definitely been going long enough that had to have refreshed it. So it's just a question of how much gas does he have in the tank at this point.
What a costly drive-through, though. After everything that's happened, had he not gotten that, they would have been way out in front for their win in this race.
Absolutely. It wouldn't even be close.
Well, we got to see here, because Alexis Moisson has a 20-second gap to Johansson, and CKR has a 15-second gap to Johansson. So that's
significantly less than a pit stop, though.
Yeah, that's significantly less. CKR would get past, but CKR has been running on those tires.
That's true.
So
that's very true. And he's going to have, granted the fuel load may be similar when they come out, but the Aston Martin's going to come out with the same fuel load, but with much better tires. And is going to be in a better position to be able to push harder than that McLaren's going to be able to. So really, I think what's got to be going through this Aston Martin team's head is, how can I get my teammate far enough ahead of that car and out on those tires as late as possible, to where they're going to be able to just charge up this field and catch that McLaren, even though they are going to be farther ahead after that pit stop. Are we going to have the pace differential to be able to make that track positioning non-existent?
So I've talked to Fred, who is the teammate of Alexis Moisson. I asked, how is your pit strategy? What are you thinking? Just to kind of see what they're thinking. They're going to pit at 45 minutes.
Okay.
That makes sense. So this is what I did with my teammate for the 4 hours of Nürburgring. Myself and Daniel Wright. He's the faster driver, so he went max stint length, like 1:05.
Oh, there's Moisson into the pits right there.
Yep.
I think
and so by the time that works out, that leaves the last stint only 45 minutes. If you go a full 1:05 each time, the last stint's only 45 minutes. It looks like what they did as well.
All right. Well, I think this is gonna be some banger final laps, honestly. And thank you.
Absolutely.
And thank you to everybody who has joined us this evening, this afternoon, this evening, or tonight, for wherever you are in the world watching this on Twitch or on YouTube. This has been the most exciting race I think we've had in Apollo Racing Club ACC in a long, long time. Just because
I would, as far as the 4-hour events, for sure, Nürburgring is not as exciting as this.
It is competitive. Spangler is in the car in that Lambo. He's in P4. Where is he at pace-wise? His last lap time was a 2:20. CKR was a 2:19.2.
Good battle here between Hassar and Prescott for P9.
Well, Alexis Moisson stays in P2 currently because Axel Johansson has come into pits, and that's a Ferrari off.
Lost the rear end there through Puan.
That rear end, sometimes when you're going through there at full, when you're flat out, sometimes you might want to lift. Just if you can't find the line and don't have the confidence, just lift. Okay, you'll be much happier.
All right, Moisson back out on the track, just leaving the pits right now as he rejoins onto the Camel Straight, and he has nothing but clear air
and that's
to be able to work with.
That's going to be Fred Forsberg back in the car. And Jeff Spangler taking P2 and Axel. And then it's going to, I think it's it's not Axel. It's Alan Zoe back in the car in that Euro Yeet livery. All right, here we go, guys. 40, almost 45 minutes left to go here before we see that checkered flag. What are we expecting here? What should we be looking for? Is CKR going to take this victory, or does Fred have something left in him?
Well, we'll certainly see, but based on the previous stints, I gotta believe that the battle. As I say that, he makes quite a mistake there, but he keeps it on the track, so no harm, no foul, I guess. But unless something crazy like a drive-through track, penalty, which we've seen on track limits already. But unless something like that happens, I got to think on pace. The battle is for P2 and not P1 because Spangler was not as fast as Snell Train, and during his first stint, kind of fell back.
Oh.
Yeah, and here comes that penalty that we kept talking about earlier. Finally coming down. That's a 10-second penalty, and sadly, it's not even Jeff Spangler's fault. It was his teammates' fault in the end, but you live as a team and you die as a team in this sport.
I don't know if that's going to be fatal, but that's definitely a kneecapping right there.
Well, I'm still waiting to see the gap between him and Forsberg. Should get that maybe in the next sector, hopefully. There's clearly quite a big one because it would have updated by now. So
just eyeballing it, probably a minute.
Oh, no, and there goes CKR. He's lost it in the P1.
Oh, no.
And we were just talking about how unless something crazy happens, well, guess what? Something crazy just happened. Did he keep it out of the wall?
Yes.
Yeah, he's very fortunate to keep it out of the wall, but those tires are going to be toasted now. And if not grained, then definitely flat spotted. That is unfortunate.
Beginning of the stint. Well, I guess not at the beginning for them, but toward the beginning. He's still got 44 minutes to go. So that's those tires, they're not going to be fast anymore.
No,
sure.
And especially with flat spots here at Spa, there are a lot of braking zones where that'll put you off the track if you're not managing it carefully. It'll be very interesting. And obviously, those tires in the hands of a driver who seems very competent, but that is an additional challenge that they did not need for this race this late into it. And an update on the split, the last I saw between the Lamborghini and the Aston Martin was 46 seconds after the penalty had been applied.
So, yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. He's got to make up 36 seconds, which, based on those first stints, I don't know if there's enough time to do that. Spangler was slower, but was he a second to a second and a half slower? He's only got 44 minutes to make up 36 seconds. We'll see. And I think that's where the battle's going to be. That being said, Spangler's right on CKR's bumper. You just got to factor in that 10-second penalty.
Agro picking up
I'll be watching the splits here.
Agro picking up a 5-second penalty. But, right now we do have a battle for P1 with Spangler trying just to battle his way through. He does have that 10-second penalty, which he'll have to serve. I don't know if he'll serve that if,
It'll just be added to the end because they've already made their final pit stop. So
if it's a drive-through or a stop and go and you don't serve it, there's a massive time penalty at the end of it. But any time penalty that's
accrued... Where did he go?
Oh, he lost it.
Way off track. Yeah. Just exploring the grass a little bit, going for a little sightseeing trip.
Yeah, just visiting the whole track, getting his money's worth.
Yeah. Maybe he just felt like they hadn't cut that patch recently. He needed to give it a little trim.
Looking at Fred Forsberg now, number 24 in that Aston Martin. You can tell that this race has been intense because of the times on ACC have not updated for him. So he is about 43 seconds now from Jeff Spangler. So he actually gained 2 seconds actually on that last lap.
Yeah, he is right now 2.5 seconds a lap faster than Spangler's last lap. Let's see, we're just doing some back of the hand math here.
Yeah,
he's
Spangler
got
did go wide though, so
he did go wide, and he's got the 10-second penalty. So really, that gap is about 30 or so seconds. 41 minutes left in the race. They're doing about, we'll say 2.25 minutes a lap. I mean, that does put him in striking distance before the end of the race if the pace stays consistent.
I think he would still be a little bit behind, though. I don't think the math allows him to make an overtake. But that's on if Spangler can keep it consistent and on the track.
But he doesn't need to make an overtake. He just needs to get within 10 seconds. That's going to be the difference. And I think that is possible. That is absolutely possible in the time that's remaining.
We'll certainly see. He's really got to hustle, though. I mean, that's a lot of time to make up in 40 minutes. You know, this is a 2 and 20 minute lap. You know, that's a long lap. So
it's a long lap, but a lot of things can happen, and you can find a lot of time in a long lap, especially for Fred. I feel like he's somebody who can definitely do 218s.
For sure.
Well, let's say 40 minutes now, right? So it'd be good to see exactly how far he is back, but let's just even do like the dirty math and say the lap is 2 minutes, even though we know it's not. That's 20 laps to make up like 30 something seconds. So he'd have to make up more than, essentially like a second and a half a lap. Well, what he's going to need to make up.
Just as I say, he's somebody who can do a 218. He puts up a 218.9.
See, there you go.
Blistering at race pace. That's real quick.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but he's clearly knows that he's got to really push it to cut that deficit.
Current gap is 42 seconds according to the leaderboard that just opened up.
Yeah, so he's got to do 32 seconds. 39 minutes. That's a tall order.
That is a tall order indeed. But there's, man, what do you do if you're Jeff Spangler though? Do you just stay out? Do you just
absolutely
bring it home?
Undoubtedly.
You don't have to serve that penalty. It'll just get added to your time. So yeah, you just run your laps. You try to mostly just don't make mistakes. So like if he just doesn't make mistakes and runs consistent laps, they should lock up P2. But I guess we need to see his pace. Like what kind of pace is he running?
We'll know shortly here. It looks like his last lap was a 2:20.2, and we'll get a answer out of Fred Forsberg to that lap here in about 30 seconds.
Looking at Greg Prescott now. Actually, now Dave Hassard, man. The autopilot just wants to, switch cameras whenever it wants to now. But
yeah, right.
Dave Hassard in the BMW, not the greatest race, but they're in the top 10 this race now. And the guy behind them has a drive-through penalty. So they'll be happy about this race, I feel like, especially for being a BMW here at Spa.
For sure. That's a really solid front. I think they were in P13 at one point. So
Mm-hmm. Who's that behind him? Is that? It's a McLaren. So I think it is. It's the guy he's battling with. I think it is. It is.
Night racing team.
It's Agro.
Who has a drive-through currently?
Who needs to actually serve that this lap. He's had that for a couple of laps. So, 37.
Forsberg just came.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say Forsberg just came across the line. It's now 40.6. So he took 1.5 to 2 seconds out.
Woo.
I don't know what his last lap was, but
well, for if you're Jeff Spangler right now, you are going get to the end of the race. Just get to the checkered flag right now. That's all that needs to happen as we are looking at the beautiful livery of Alan Zhu, who is getting a little bit of a battle here.
They're still battling. Yeah, he was passed by Portis.
Yeah,
but they're still battling.
Again, a good race from these guys in that Aston Martin. I know Alan's been looking for a good result here at Apollo Racing Club, and he's getting one this season, getting one here at the 4 Hours of Spa. "35 minutes now to go here. CKR in the lead here. 85 laps completed as well. That's quite a few laps, I would say, in the past 4.5 hours. Oh, 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that can't be overstated enough. I mean, we're 3.5 hours into this race, and these drivers are still this close together. And not only that, having to react to one another, because, I mean, almost 4 seconds between first and second place right now. As it stands right now, I mean, that's you still can't be ignoring the fact that there's a car behind you. You can't relax if you are Christian CKR in that number 22 McLaren. He's going to be thinking about the fact that if he makes a mistake, there's a Lamborghini that's going to be more than happy to take first place away from me. And if there's any pace difference there, if Spengler's ends up being quicker for whatever reason once he gets out in front, he doesn't have to make up a whole lot of time to be able to take first place away. So Christian not in a position to relax yet. And there's also the constant reminder that Fred Forsberg in that number 24 Aston Martin is still making his charge up the field, and his pace is actually improving as he progresses into his stint. The last lap out of him was a 2:18.6. He's been pulling about a tenth off of every lap that he's been doing, and actually right now he's 2/10 up on his best time that he just set. So it's
burning away that fuel with good tires.
Yeah.
He is absolutely flying right now, and we can't really say enough about everybody today. It's been awesome driving. It's been good racing. It's what you would expect in a Spa race for sure, and not chaos as we see the Bentley now, the only Bentley on the grid today with looks like, is it Ruben Martinez? He is
smartly avoiding.
But CKR, he's doing a great. He has done a great job today as well. That Lamborghini had the lead for quite a long time of this race, and then there was a fight for it between Fred, CKR, Portis. So it's been honestly, guys, it's been very good racing, especially for the lead.
Well, I was supposed to go like 40 minutes ago, so that's a testament to how exciting the race has been.
I really hope you don't have a date or anything waiting for you.
No, but there is like a neighborhood barbecue that I should probably be at that I'm not. So.
Neighborhood barbecue.
Just some neighbors.
Like a block party?
No, not like that. Just some neighbors are barbecuing and having people over.
Barbecue always sounds good to me.
Dude, that's what after this race, I'm going to start prepping some barbecue, chicken, bacon, pineapple kebabs.
Ooh.
Nice.
Now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, my roommate graduated from college today. He is from Kazakhstan, and one of his favorite foods is a kebab, and I was like, yo, let's make kebabs. We got a grill.
Hell yeah.
So let's do it. 32 minutes remaining here at Spa. And let's check in with Craig Bray, Tony's Tiny Troublemakers. These guys, they're not troublemakers today, but they've been in trouble.
I'm looking around the track right now for any battles.
Craig,
looks like
Craig giving the old flashing lights to somebody.
Yeah, who is that in front of them? Can't quite see car numbers. 370.
I think it might be Ice Tin.
Yeah, it is. I
Yeah.
recognize the livery. That is the car of Ice Tin, who looks like has picked up another drive-through penalty that they're going to need to serve there. So Craig probably just saying, hey, listen, man, you're not going to hang on to that position for very long. You might just, save us both some time and get out of the way. Hitting him with the flashers again, and yeah, and it looks like Ice Tin's going to lift there and let Craig through there.
Well, to be fair to Craig, he is actually somewhat fighting for a position. He's got Doomhoofed behind him at 2.5 seconds back. Wants to hold on to that P13 for the final 30 minutes.
Kenneth Portis, somebody who also was fighting for the lead at one point on this race, and currently in P5, hasn't quite gone the way he was hoping for, probably.
I mean, looking at this field, though, I can't help but think that they'll be happy with a P5. This is at the top. You've got some incredibly fast drivers. So
Or he's just successfully making a pass there as he makes his way up into the bus stop chicane, and he's going to have some more lapped traffic he's going to have to fight his way through if he's going to continue making up time on this grid.
All right, guys, 30 minutes remaining. Here we go. It's go time. Fred now has dropped that gap to 35 seconds.
he's got to make up 25 in 30 minutes.
Actually, the
maybe.
odds work in his favor now.
Yeah.
It's going to be close, I think.
It's going to be very close.
I'm still not sure that he's going to be able to do it, but it's going to be very close.
Watch, like, in 2 laps, he'll be like 15 seconds somehow, and we're just going to be so amazed.
Really, this is, if you're Spangler, just don't make a mistake.
Yep.
Drive consistent pace. Don't push too hard. Keep your pace up. Keep your tires under you. And just bring it home. And I think you should be able to hang on. But, we've seen mistakes out of him. So,
Actually,
we saw one. So, it's possible.
Yeah, and that said, it looks, I don't know, I'd missed what happened, but a rough lap for Jeff Spangler there. With a 2:27.3 is what he just put in there for his previous lap, just making that gap for Fred Fosberg that much easier to attain.
Well, there you go. That was clearly a mistake. You don't do a 2:27 without going off track. So
I think he had an issue in the bus stop because I was looking over at the broadcast client and watching his delta, and his delta was like just suddenly declining. So I switched over to him very quickly, and he was coming out of the bus stop chicane. So I think he had an issue right in there. So
that probably did it then, because I believe I saw only 17 seconds back, which means he only needs to make up 7 seconds and 28 minutes now. That is highly doable with the pace difference.
Oh, it's 27 seconds. There we go.
Okay, so he's going to make up 17 seconds. That's still highly doable.
Yeah.
With their pace difference. When
Forsberg's
car was on lower fuel with better tires at the end of the race here, so.
Yeah, and that Lambo's just going to struggle here, and I'm going to guess about 20 minutes to go. That Lambo is going to have issues. I think. I don't think did they do tires? Do you think?
They had to have. They were in the pits for just shy of a minute when they were in there. I can't imagine that they would have fixed damage. There's no way they had 52 seconds worth of damage.
You
There's
always
just no way.
Tires if you're doing a driver swap because they're both 30 seconds. So.
Yeah.
So they not only did tires, but they fixed damage and served their penalty. So, which, I was talking about before. I don't know how bad the damage was, but I wouldn't have fixed that damage. That was a good, you know, what
It was at
we
least
said
20
like
seconds.
18 seconds or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're talking about adding 18 seconds to their stop, that's the difference between now the gap that Forsberg can overcome. Whereas if they hadn't fixed the damage, unlikely that he would have.
That'd be
Well,
a whole
really, the
different
question is, was it enough damage to have affected Spangler's pace to the same degree that it would have been unavoidable that because he was running slower with that damage that Forsberg would have gotten around him anyways?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the big consideration. But you know, Snell Train would have been driving with that damage for a lot of laps, and his pace was still right there with CKR, well, Ben Brown at the time, right? So
Yeah.
I gotta think that it wasn't so bad that that it was undrivable and you wouldn't have been able to hold that 18 seconds, you know, hold off that 18 seconds over 45 minutes. But who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I'm not in the car, so maybe it was that bad.
And it does look like Fred Forsberg is pulling in about 2 seconds a lap. Just last lap, he was at 28 seconds behind. He's now at 25.6. Man, he is just pulling that gap closer and closer.
Alan Zoe now trying to get by Matt G. Or who's in the car right there? I don't think it's Matt G, but...
Going a little deep there. It's okay. No one's watching, Alan.
Well, I was hoping for more fireworks, guys, at the end of this race, but that's okay. It's just interesting to see Fred here. He's already gained a second, and he's not even halfway through his lap.
Yeah, now just at the top of the lap, it was at 20. What was it? The 25 seconds. So yeah, already pulled in a half second. Man, he's moving quick.
Well, with that mistake that unfortunately we missed, but clearly something happened from Spangler. It's highly doable. I really think if it's advantage Forsberg at this point. So it's just he's got to keep putting in the laps and stay consistent. I think he's got them.
I'm having a hard time disagreeing with you watching him put in another 2:18.7, just 1/10 off of his fastest lap that he put in about 10 minutes ago. Just having absolutely no problem slinging that Aston Martin around the track. The question is, with 20 minutes left, is he putting too much strain on the tires, and are we going to start seeing that fall off, or is he actually going to be able to hold on to that pace to the end of the race? If he does, Spangler is going to be sweating. I don't think there's a way that he's able to keep him more than 10 seconds behind if that Aston Martin keeps going this quick.
Kieran Fox in the Hunter Badgers Porsche in P8 currently, so this is that's looking good for them currently. How do you guys feel about their race today?
I'm I'm impressed anybody who can finish a race in the Porsche. So it is a challenging car to drive, and having driven with those drivers before, I shouldn't say that I'm surprised because that's not exactly fair, but it's certainly impressive to say the least to see that anybody's able to finish a race at that in a track like Spa, where the back end just likes to kick itself out anytime you turn the steering wheel. So certainly impressive to say the least, not just to finish, but to make a P10 appearance in a 4-hour race with that car.
Well, having raced with Fox and Righteous Fire, and I guess Louis is their other co-driver, right?
Greshner, yeah.
They don't necessarily have, you know, like most of us, they don't have the alien top speed, but the one thing you always notice is that they are consistently finishing with good results in the midfield. So I am not surprised at all to see them with another good result for a likely P8. although Dave Hassar has anything to say about it. Maybe they'll be fighting toward the end of this race. He's only 5.5 back, but still another good drive from the Honey Badger team.
Ooh, and an update on the 10-second penalty that's currently being held by Jeff Spangler. It was appealed, and it looks like the original verdict is going to stand. That 10-second penalty is going to be with him until the end of this race.
Well, they tried to get it appealed. Now the question is, do you serve it now? Do you try?
No, I really don't think so. If you serve that, that's immediately the race over, because that's not 10 seconds at your cost. It's 10 seconds plus however long it takes to feed through the pit.
Yeah. So, no, I mean you don't have to serve it. It'll just be added to it. So you just stay on track.
If the gap was a little bit bigger, like in that mistake, I would have said, "Hey, let's just." If you think you can match his pace or somehow stay with him till the end, maybe.
Definitely a maybe. But it does look like, and I don't know if this is necessarily a signal of things to come, but it does look like Forsberg had a little rougher of a lap that last time around, putting up a 2:19, which is certainly not slow. But it is a little bit off pace of what he's been doing for the last several laps. He's been out on that, out on this stint, and that may be a sigh of relief for Jeff Spangler if he does start seeing his competitor in third place start to taper off. Now just 21 seconds behind. And every 10th is going to count for the Lamborghini team because they cannot afford to have the Aston Martin continue to chase them down. They need as much space between the two of them as they can get. And that 1 second difference between those laps is going to keep adding up, but it's better than a second and a half or two, which is what Forsberg had been putting in for the last several laps. So it's not going to be neck and neck, but it is going to be very, very close to determine which one of these cars is going to finish another one. Out of Forsberg just finished a 2:18.9. So it does look like he's slowing down just a little bit. Not much, but it may be enough with 20 minutes left in the race for Spangler's team to be able to stay out in front here and cinch up second place at the final, the absolute last minute of this race. It's going to be very, very interesting to see what happens here.
This gap
looking around the field, I don't think I see any other races going on, at least nothing for position. There's some cars close together that are just dealing with traffic, but
like I said, I think the most we're going to see is Dave Hassar catching Kieran Fox. He is down to 4.5 now, or rather 4.75. Last we checked, it was 5.4, so there's still time for him to battle for P8. But other than that, I think we're watching Forsberg chase down P2.
Yeah, and as that timer gets closer to saying 0, I'm not so convinced that this is clear cut. Forsberg is going to catch Jeff Spangler with just shy of 21 seconds. He needs to make up in 18 minutes of racing. That is looking farther and farther from being a reality, in my opinion. Certainly time will tell, but this is certainly not cut and dry for the Aston Martin team or the Lamborghini team. They both really need to focus up and keep putting down competitive times because it's going to be real close. It's going to be real close. Looking over at Kieran Fox there in the Honey Badgers, he's having quite the race over there. And see, never mind. That is not Dave Hassar who's caught him. Dave Hassar is still 3.6 seconds behind. So that is just some lap traffic that Kieran Fox has gotten around. And let's see, over on the stream, we're looking at Alan Zoe and the Euro Yeet Aston Martin. here. Trying to catch up to Kenneth Portis, ahead of him by about
26 seconds.
30 seconds, it looks. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Well, I really do.
We've hit it.
Go ahead.
We've hit that stage of the race where it's, yeah, guys.
I think a lot of the grid is where they're going to end up wrapping up this race. It's going to come down to, that's very interesting. It looks like Forsberg is continuing to whittle down that gap, now just 18.9 seconds. With 16 minutes left to go. He just has 8 seconds to make up in the next 16 minutes in order to cinch up that second place finish.
He could easily, at his pace right now, he could probably...
That's more than a second a lap, though. Because remember, this, 2 minute, 20-second laps here.
Yeah,
So.
it's more... Well, obviously, he's 2 seconds up on the pace.
So we'll see.
I think
that being said, it looks like Dave is continuing to hunt down Kieran Fox for P8. Hustling that that mammoth of a BMW around the track. With Bootson Ginion Racing.
Well, this is the hard part because they got Alan. Dave Hussar has Alan in front of him, who's in. Okay.
And he's going to let him right through. Oh no, the BMW gets loose and there's contact. Oh no.
I thought it was like, I heard something weird, man. I just heard like I don't know what happened there, but I bet that's Dave Hussar's race.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to make the case that it is not. Whatever chance he had at reeling in the next position is essentially just evaporated in front of us. That is an unfortunate turn of events for the BMW team.
Where is P10? Because they were only 20 seconds back. I don't think he lost 20 seconds there, but...
Let me take a look here. So Dave Hussar making his way into Puhan right now. P10 has just left. No Name is making their way into Puhan, so not a very big gap. Not a very big gap between the two, just about 20 seconds. But it doesn't look like there has been a very big change between the two of them somehow. I don't know if there was just a similar mistake out of the number 17 Ferrari that's just meant that, unfortunately, while Dave won't be making up a position, he essentially didn't lose any ground to the car behind.
No, I think the
we'll
timing
see here.
I think the timing just hadn't updated because.
Oh yeah, no, 9 seconds. So yeah, no, he cut that in half. So yeah, 10 seconds. But depending on the pace between the two cars, yeah, I think that's big enough. Oh, and a Mercedes goes sideways right in front of him. I think that's our race leader that's going to blow right past him. Going through the bus stop, yeah. Both of those cars nearly avoiding another collision.
Fred now 17-second gap between him and Jeff Spangler. That is getting heated. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here with that Lamborghini if they can keep the gap. 7 seconds is really it. That's the magic number in 12 minutes.
We're going to see the lap split here as Fred Forsberg crosses the start-finish line and puts in a 2:19.3 with Spangler not having a strong lap with a 2:21.3, almost exactly 2 seconds faster on that previous lap. And it looked like that was a slow lap out of Forsberg. But that said, I have been watching his delta in the broadcasting app here, and it looks like he's consistently starting to lose a little bit of time throughout the course of these entire laps. Which is not what they're hoping to see, I'm sure. But the question is, which car is going to lose its pace quicker, as Jeff Spangler is currently up 2/10 on his best lap, which is exactly what he needs right now to try and maintain that just a few seconds worth of grace that he has. 15. So, oh my goodness. Okay, now it's 5.9 seconds that Forsberg needs to make up in the next 11 and a half minutes in order for him to cinch up P2. And it's going to be real close. It's going to be real close.
Yeah, when you're talking about in terms of grip and tires, they tend to fall off after about 25, 30 minutes. And so that's why we're starting to see his pace was continually improving for a while when he still had the grip and he was getting rid of the fuel. But now it's kind of hit to the point where when you're pushing flat out like that, the tires have kind of lost their life. So they still have plenty of grip, but they don't have that sort of quality pace grip anymore.
Certainly not. But the reason why I point that out is you do not see a comparative drop in pace for Jeff Spangler. I think that last lap was just a poor lap, whether it be misjudging a corner or whatever it may be. But right now he is dead nuts on his best pace right now. Nothing showing in the delta as a plus or a minus. Maybe.
Well, but my point was just that, like, you got that quality pace sort of window for about 20 minutes, and then your tires start to fall off, but then they hit a point where it's like they're consistently going to feel pretty much the same way until they're just absolutely dead. So
True.
He's out of that sort of quality pace window. He's more down to the this is what the tires are going to feel like until they die, which Spangler has been in that window for a long time. They put it, a good 15 minutes or 20 minutes before Forsberg did. So it's really just to see once they've settled into that pace. I don't think Spangler's tires should be falling off too much for the rest of this race. So it'll be interesting to see, like, that now that he's in that sort of consistency gap, is there still 2 seconds in hand a lap to be able to get this done before the end of the race?
And with less than 10 minutes remaining, we're going to have an answer to that real soon. And
He's only
I don't know.
4.5 back.
I'm a betting man, but I don't know if I'm willing to place a bet on this one. It could go either way. It's going to be very close. I would say there is an advantage for the Aston Martin team, but I would not put money on that.
Yeah, looking at it, I think he could get it done in maybe the last lap.
Yeah, and it's a very good point, because just because there is 8 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, that does not mean the race stops in 8 minutes and 45 seconds. There may be an extra set of laps that will give the Aston Martin team more time to be able to get there. It also might mean that it ends just a slight bit before that, depending on where the race leader crosses the start-finish line and how much time is remaining when they do that.
Riding with Fred, just staying with Fred Forsberg right now, who is 4.5 seconds back from claiming P2 if the race were to end at that point. He's now only 4 seconds. He has 14 seconds to go to get to the back bumper of Jeff Spangler, who currently has 10 seconds worth of penalties for an accident in the bus stop chicane. And oh no, Fred gets a little wide. And he hits.
No.
That's going to be it.
He cannot.
That is all he needed.
Wow. That was a big hit, too. No. How does he not have more damage? Visually, it looks fine.
I can't believe it. And that 14-second gap becomes an 18, almost 19-second gap. That is a massive disappointment for the Aston Martin team. Oh, no.
He just went a little too wide and dipped a tire onto the dust. And that's... when you're trying to pin it to catch up all this time, that's all it takes to spin up your right rear tire and twist it around like that.
Oof. Definitely not the thing you wanted to see happen here late into this race with 6 minutes to go. Yeah, Fred's got to be kicking himself for that.
And
That
that is
being
just
said,
that's a
though,
late.
these guys have driven a really great race. I mean, to be fair to Fred, the biggest thing was the drive-through. If they didn't have that drive-through penalty, we'd be talking about them probably fighting for a win at this point. But coming home P3 ain't so bad. They've got a lot of good drivers in this race. But yeah, what a bummer to have that happen with 7 minutes to go.
Well, and something needs to be said too about the driving of Jeff Spangler, having a much faster driver chasing him down for his entire stint and maintaining his pace, not only the entire stint, but staying just fast enough to be able to hold off the faster driver and not be able to close up and take that second place away from him. Certainly hats off to Jeff Spangler if he continues to be able to hold it on. I don't know. Anything could happen with 6 minutes remaining in this race. We've already seen one car run a little wide and lose the back end and potentially take some race-ending damage there. That's not to say that the same cannot happen for Jeff Spangler up there in the number 9 Lamborghini.
Meanwhile, as we've been talking about and watching this for the past 40 minutes, Christian just drove off into the distance, never looked back. What a drive from the 22 McLaren today.
Yeah, and not even a close battle. He's got, well, I shouldn't say that. He's got the same gap to Jeff Spangler as Jeff Spangler has to Fred Fosberg. 20 seconds between, so almost, yeah, that's 40 seconds between first and third. Christian has definitely run away with this one. We'll see if he's able to continue to do so. Taking a look at his car, doesn't look like there's any signs of damage. His pace certainly hasn't tapered off. I think he's going to be able to cinch up first place here in about 5 minutes.
I got to think, though, too, he's probably taking it a little bit easy out in front. You know, especially when you've got that big of a lead, you're not going to be pushing hard. You're just going to be thinking, let's just bring it home.
Oh, absolutely. And if I were him, I'd have been thinking that for the last 20 minutes at this point. He's had a commanding lead this whole time. There's no reason for him to be asking the car to stretch itself and potentially have a mistake like what just happened to Forsberg.
Well, yeah, he had that incident at the beginning of his stint and probably cooked his tires a little bit.
That's very true.
But after that, he's kept it under him well and driven a great race.
Great race indeed. And even spinning his tires like he did, he still put in a 2:19.7, just a second and a tenth off of his best of the stint. That is no easy feat, having damage like you would have to those tires. He's almost certainly got flat spots on most of them, graining on some of them as well. And to only be a second off your pace, what would usually slow drivers down maybe 2 or 3 times as much, and still putting in the quick laps, which, I mean, 2:19 is crazy quick at race pace this late into a stint by any measure, but with tire damage like he's almost certainly got, is nothing short of amazing. And as we come into almost the 3-minute mark, we're going to be,
Alan with a drive.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was it.
Yeah. Alan with the drive.
We'll see if that's an upset.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because D was down a lap. It's hard to tell if he's gonna make the pass for position with Alan in the pits or not. But
it's very possible. He just crossed the start-finish line, not far behind Fred Fosberg, who I'm watching. He might get the pass here. It depends on where Alan exits the pits, which looks like he's still not quite done yet. I think that's a pass. Standings haven't quite updated yet, but we'll see here pretty shortly.
Yep, it is a pass. Adam D takes 6th place.
Man, that's a costly drive-through.
And just when we thought we were finished seeing cars pass each other.
Right.
Well, guys, I got good news. The next lap is going to be the final lap.
Yep.
Thank God.
The 100th lap. 100 laps of Spa. Wow. Nice, neat round number.
Yeah, nice and neat. That's exactly what you want to see. Actually, it would be 101.
Well, he's on the 99th lap now, so wouldn't it be 100?
No, he's about to cross the start-finish line, so he's going to finish. Well, he will complete 100 laps. If he were to do another round, it would be the 101st. I think that's how it'll time out. We'll see.
Yeah, so he's on the 99th. He just completed it. It'll be the 100.
Yeah. So it will finish 100 laps here at Spa.
One minute left.
1 minute to go. The white flag is waving, and we'll just sit with our leader, who really had to fight for this win today. It wasn't easy, obviously. And these guys will take home the win in that McLaren. The McLaren proving to be the best car here at Spa. While the Aston Martins, they might have qualified. Majority of their cars in the top 5 didn't quite show up in the results. Only one of the cars falling in the top 3.
Well, I would say that the McLaren is certainly a great car, but I think that they've proved to be the best drivers today, not necessarily the car doing the work for them. As I would probably agree that the Aston should probably be the best car here today, but they had a great race, good strategy. They came through the field when they needed to. Brown held off the pack when he needed to, and even recovered from getting hit a couple times. So can't fault them at all. They didn't put a foot wrong. So
no, not at all.
Congrats to them.
And the Lamborghini of Jeff Spangler and Sam. I can't remember his last name.
Snelltrain.
Snelltrain, thank you. Great race from them in that Lamborghini. A lot of people were questioning the Lamborghini pick just because of how the tire wear really falls off on that car. But here we go into the bus stop chicane for CKR as he comes across the start-finish line to win here at the 4 Hours of Spa. Jeff Spangler currently on the back stretch. He'll be coming into the bus stop chicane, and there's a 130-second penalty assessed to Kieran Fox for their stint timer.
Cleared, right?
That will probably get cleared.
No,
it did.
Yeah, it
got cleared.
Okay.
Dave Hassar.
That was the whole 3-driver problem.
Yeah. Dave Hassar finishes in P7. And here comes Jeff Spangler in P2. Fred Forsberg, somebody who is in a position to win. He'll come home in P3. Rob Franken in that Nissan. They're going to come home in P4. What a great race from the Nissan.
Absolutely. That is not a car you would expect to be fighting in the top 5. So
No, it is not. Really just speaks to Rob Franken and his teammates' ability. One of the teams from a partner, or not a partner league, but another rivaling racing league, Delta Racing League. I believe Rob Franken is one of the stewards over there. So to see them pull off that race in the Nissan is very impressive.
Well, thanks to them for joining our event.
And here,
absolutely,
Kenneth Portis in the ZRL Motorsports. 1 point was in the lead of this race, and he comes home in 5th place. So, well, gentlemen, Craig Bray, he'll come home in P13. Ed Tanner in P15, and Ruben Martinez coming home in P17. Taking a look at the leaderboard one more time, guys. that is your final result. Any final thoughts here before we sign off?
Well, I didn't plan on staying more than like 45 minutes, and I stayed for the whole race because it was just such a great race. So I'm gonna go get some food because I'm starving. But thanks for having me, and like I said, what a race! Really, that second to last stint with 3 cars fighting for the lead going into the pit cycle was a lot of fun to watch. So thanks for having me, and thanks to Thompson for always doing these, even though what a marathon, 4 hours of commentating. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Yup.
and I wasn't in the greatest of shapes today. But thank you, Corey, for saving me today, and thank you, Matt, as well for coming on in. Matt, any final thoughts for everybody at home?
Oh, no, just want to thank everybody who was able to make it and watch this for any amount of time. 4-hour race is it's not an exaggeration to call it a bit of a marathon. So for anybody who made it the entire time, thank you so much for joining us here at Apollo Racing Club. Anybody who made it any amount of time, thanks for stopping in. Certainly hope to catch you guys for the next race. They're not all 4 hours long, so we hope to catch you for whenever we are live again.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. You were a big help today. And thank you for everybody watching at home. I see on our Twitch account, we're up to 32 viewers. So thank you guys for watching. Join us tomorrow night for F1 2020. No, we're on a break tomorrow. Yes, that's right. We are on a break this week. So tune in next week for ACC. F1 and 2 days of F1 2020 for Corey Reynolds, Matt McAdams, and everybody here at Apollo Racing Club. We thank you for watching, and we wish you a very happy Mother's Day and a very great weekend. See you next time right here on Apollo.